This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste, white for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है, तो सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए थे और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की,
बहुत बदला है, बहुत साफ हुआ है। गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदगी था वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
People are feeling that this area is their own area, and once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happen.
Currently standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And just 3 to 4 months back, the condition of this area was extremely pathetic, but with a little effort both by the local residents here as well as the NGO who's working with it, it has been successful to make this area not just clean but also to make every person in this area aware about the importance as well as the need to segregate waste here in Mumbai. This is Richa Sharma for Mirror Now here in Mumbai.
cosmic energy drives my heart. All living forms are self-generating expressions of this energy. Empowered by this force, they are self-propagating systems. They are evolving systems in their own right. Man, the most evolved manifestation of this energy on Earth, touches all other life forms. From monocellular fungi, through plant life, microbes, insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and animal life. All life indeed is interdependent. Creation is the glorious expression of the Almighty Source. High Media touches creation in all these forms. With tender care, we assist regeneration. We assist identification. We assist sustenance of life through our biosciences research. For life is sacred. Life is to be revered. For life is precious. High Media scientists have evolved systems and products that answer the needs of global fellow researchers, their needs for their research into life sciences, our cell culture labs. Our molecular biology labs, microbiology labs, our dedicated production facilities enable world-class, leading-edge products with highest quality parameters. Our global technical support ensures that our customers get ample satisfaction in using the fruits of our cutting-edge research. Production facilities located in the pristine purity of Nashik Hills. Operate under strict ISO and WHO GMP protocols. These ultra-modern facilities are a feather in the cap of High Media. They are intimately geared to the user's needs. bulk raw materials plant. Social awareness. Donating the high-tech, fully functioning skin regeneration laboratory to the National Burn Center, along with training modules, and helping rural children's education at Isha Vidya are spiritually elevating pursuits. The caring and sharing culture they establish among the staff is the rewarding experience indeed. Information technology. The information technology team at High Media enables information flow. Marketing. Marketing and distribution covers about 150 countries globally. Global marketing and on-time delivery of state-of-the-art products at the user's doorstep are handled by a team of well-trained professionals. High Media LLC in the USA stock products for quick deliveries in that region. Visiting technical directors interact with High Media's field force in the US and in Europe on a continuous basis. Awards. Seamless quality awareness at every step has won admirers everywhere. Receiving India's highest quality award twice is a rare feat by any standard. The global scientific community and overseas partners have entrusted a leadership role in High Media. Our dedicated researchers are fully geared up to answer this call. Our vision for the future of a healthy humankind rests on our philosophy of a sound relationship between all life forms. Mother Earth, who has sheltered all life under her benign wings, must be protected. We at High Media respect life. Life is to be honored. Life is to be celebrated. Life is to be adored. For life is precious.
One Mumbaiker has successfully convinced a suburban locality in Mumbai to completely ban plastic, setting an example for the rest of the city to follow. Shonil Damarwala reports.
43-year-old BMC engineer Subhash Dalvi can't forget. 26 July 2005, stuck in torrid rains for over 10 hours. Dalvi came to the conclusion that plastic was the reason the city almost drowned. And although Mumbai may not entirely be plastic-free, today Dalvi has ensured that his area of Vileparle East leads the way for the rest of the city to follow.
ये लाइव एग्जांपल पार्ला में जहां 50 माइक्रोन 100 माइक्रोन कुछ नहीं, कोई भी माइक्रोन की प्लास्टिक बैग जो है, कैरी बैग जो है, हमारा भाजी वाला कोई नहीं देता है.
A one-man green army, Dalvi has successfully managed to convert vendors and residents of this area. The transformation was sealed after Dalvi revealed the results of his shocking survey that over 1,000 plastic bags are used per family in 1 year. That means Mumbai's population in total generates a whopping 300 crore tons of non-degradable plastic waste. Dalvi also points out that while a plastic bag costs 1.5 rupees, its eco-friendly substitute paper costs a mere 30 paise, making it more cost-effective for vendors.
Paper, it takes 2 weeks. And plastic takes 350 years. So that will lie down anywhere, everywhere.
In case you forget to get your own carry bag, there's no need to worry. Just stop at one of these deposit centers and you can get your own bag for a mere 10 rupees.
This market makes going green look easy. In Mumbai, Shonil Damarwala.
entire Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste, white for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है कि सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए थे और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया, ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा
I've never done this before. I'm seeing some news unfold each and now. How do I get rid of that?
लोग ने साफ करके
No problem. We'll admit you in 9 o'clock.
An uphill task
Okay,
is
you
first
can
to get
see me
everyone
though.
on board.
Yes,
Within
I
only
can
3
see
months
you.
of training,
And
the
also
area
Vinayak
has been
Kulkarni ji
transformed.
also I can see.
A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
People are feeling that this area is their own area. And once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happens.
Currently standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl, and this is a very old chawl, about 70.
Hello, how are you all? So now I can see you.
Dr. Kulkarni, we are live. We can start. We can start.
How do I share my screen?
We'll help you out, sir. Let the proceedings begin. We'll help you out.
Good morning, sir.
A very good morning to you. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. I'm very fine, sir. Vinayak, sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, good morning. We are live. You can start the proceedings.
Yeah, we can start the presence, sir. We can start the session, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So, good morning to one and all. I, Dr. Suresh D. Pawar, the session coordinator, hereby welcome you all to the third day of International Conference on Sustainability, Integrated and Scientific Approach, ICS 2022. In this session, we have four plenary talks In this session, we have four plenary talks by renowned personalities. The chairperson for today's session is Dr. Vinay Kulkarni. Dr. Vinay Kulkarni is working as a professor in the Department of Mathematics, University of Mumbai. He has more than 25 years of teaching experience and 19 years of research experience. His research areas are applied analysis, partial differential equations, boundary values problems, application of fractional calculus, applied numerical analysis, and many more related to the applied mathematics. He has more than 50 research publications. He has completed 2 major research projects. As of now, 7 students have awarded PhD degree under his able guidance, and currently 8 students are working. He is working as Chairman, Board of Studies in Mathematics, University of Mumbai. Moreover, he is a member of Board of Studies in Mathematics of various academic institutes. He is a member of Academic Council, University of Mumbai. He has given invited talks on various disciplines of applied mathematics in national and international conferences, seminars, and workshops. So with this brief introduction, now I request Dr. Vinay Kulkarni to start the session. It's over to Vinay Kulkarni.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Pawar, sir. Thank you for my introduction. Today, in the first session, we have 4 plenary talks and 4 eminent speakers with us. Firstly, Dr. Mukund Sorghade, sir, President and Chief Scientific Officer, Think Pharma and Ayurveda Healthcare Innovations. The second talk is Professor Ram Gopal Rao, Pillai Chair Professor, Electrical Engineering from IIT Delhi. Third talk is by Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. And fourth one is Dr. A.P. Dimri, Director, Indian Institute of Geomagnetism. So our first speaker is an eminent scientist, uh, and he is the President and Chief Scientific Officer, Think Pharma and MVVC Research and with the Healthcare, Dr. Mukund Surgade, sir. He is Chief Scientific Officer, Chicago Discovery Solutions and Apino. He has held adjunct research professor, visiting fellow and visiting scientist appointments at Caltech, Harvard, MIT, Northeastern, Northwestern, Princeton, Rutgers, University of Chicago, University of British Columbia, Cambridge, Strathclyde, Collège de France, University Louis Pasteur, ICT, CSIR, KHRC from India, and many more. He provides synthetic chemistry and pharmaceutical development expertise to academic laboratories, pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical companies. His research interests are in drug discovery and development process chemistry, derived medicinal chemistry, traditional medicine, derived new chemical entities. The discovery of chemosynthetic levers finds utility in drug metabolism, valorization of biomass and environmental remediation. He has qualified as an expert in patent trials. He earned his graduation and post-graduation degrees from the University of Pune and a PhD degree in organic chemistry from Georgetown University. So in the first talk, we have eminent speaker, Professor Mukund Surgade, sir. His title of his talk is The Fun and Joy of Chemistry and Science of Entrepreneurship and Insider Perspective. So thank you. I welcome you, sir, and it's over to you.
Yeah, good morning, Nitin sir. I'll just guide you to share the screen. If you see in the bottom, you see a plus icon which is written as share.
Yeah, I see that.
Please click upon that.
And I will see a share screen.
Yeah, please click upon that. Then you'll see the entire screen.
Yeah.
You please click upon that entire screen area. Yeah, you are through. Please go ahead.
So I can go ahead with my talk then.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So please allow me to reiterate what a pleasure it has been to have received this invitation from you. You are all eminent scholars, ladies and gentlemen, in your own right. I have a particular sentimental attachment to the University of Mumbai, and that particular attachment translates to that they were kind enough in awarding me a DSc on May 12th of this year, and I thoroughly enjoyed the whole ceremony and so on. Now, as I was introduced, of course, you will have been struck by theme that I have been involved in industry for a good portion of my career, but I am also an adjunct research professor at many institutions. People ask me why do I have a foot in both doors, and the answer is simple. If I'm in an academic group and I tend to talk some nonsense, which I might do, I have a ready made escape route by saying, well, I don't know, I'm from industry. And the same thing works in industrial groups when I have an escape route saying I'm from academics. So, having said that, I feel I have enjoyed my life career in chemistry and particularly transitioning in the last 12 years to a lot of the entrepreneurship. And all this entrepreneurship is geared towards the subject at hand, which is, of course, the sustainability and so on. How can I use the transforming power of chemistry to really effect a very nice transformative change in our society? Because we all do our science, but there has to be this particular end goal. Now it is nearing midnight over here, so I was always wondering what the dress code is. It's not that common for me to be wearing a tie, but I'm doing it out of respect to you. But I'm reminded of a famous story of the Nobel laureate Carrie Mullis, who was invited to address a lecture and give it to a nudist camp colony. He was wondering what the dress code is. Finally, with great deliberation, he removed all his clothes and came down to the lecture room. But he found out that all the people had dressed up in a coat and tie, specifically in his honor. So sometimes mistakes can and do happen. My company is, of course, Think Pharma, and it's technology, health, innovation, novelty, and we have replaced the K with the Q. Why Q? Because all the regulatory documentation has to perform to extremely high quality. It's written up in quality modules. But I have always had a childlike fascination of being the Mr. Q in James Bond movies, and that is something of enormous interest to me personally. So, having said that, let me take you on this exciting journey. And what I got me into entrepreneurship was a serious discussion about what is the difference between invention and innovation. Now, all of us scientists, we are very trained to think about, of course, invention. Here are some of the legends in the game: Albert Szent-Gorgi, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and all that, who have had many innovative ideas, as have hundreds and thousands of our scientists. But what exactly is innovation? Now, this is going to be an incremental, emergent, or radical and revolutionary change in our thinking, which will generate us, of course, sustainable thoughts, products, processes, and organizations. Please remember, it is not the same as jugaad. It is not something that involves just tweaking some things in random fashion just to effect a desired goal. The most important lesson I give to my students is invention is the conversion of cash into ideas. Many of us have worked in academics. We have, of course, written a lot of grants, whether it is to NIH or NSF in America, whether it is to CSIR or DST or UGC in India. But we get certain grant money and then start working on generation of ideas. Innovation is sometimes the reverse of that. It is the conversion of ideas into cash. All of us are endowed, we are sufficiently well trained, we are intelligent human beings, and we have been academically trained. So, but sooner or later, we have to monetize the ideas. We have to convert our winning ideas into delivering the product to the people, and of course, thereby getting cash. Look at Nikola Tesla. He was an inventor, spent a lot of money to create his inventions, was never able to monetize them. But Thomas Alva Edison, whose lab is about 20 miles from my house in New Jersey, he was the ultimate innovator. He has got over 1,000 patents. He invented everything from the light bulb to cinematograph. He employed at one point in his career over 10,000 people and, of course, made some good money. He did not even have a PhD. Further examples that can be cited are that of Elias Howe, who invented the sewing machine. But it was Isaac Singer who perpetuated and developed that machine. When I was a baby and growing up, we always had Singer sewing machines in our house, even in India. The telegraph was invented by William Sturgeon. He generated the first electric current over a wire, and then Joseph Henry demonstrated you could do some things with it, like long distance communication, but it required the brilliance of a Morse who combined significant marketing and political skill to bring this telegraph to the entire American continent, and of course, that was globalized in very wonderful fashion. J. Murray Spangler invented the electric suction sweeper, but it was a creative genius of Hoover who knew how to market it, and even today we know about it as the vacuum cleaner. So the invention may occur in a laboratory, but innovation must and always does take place in the actual marketplace. All of us have to keep our eyes and ears open. How can we make for a more successful product? How can we deliver our science to optimal benefit of the people? Now, sometimes innovation can come from very simple ideas. My favorite story is that which appeared in the Wall Street Journal. And in this article, they talked about an Indian immigrant who went to the chemical bank, asked for a loan of 10,000 and pledged his $80,000 Mercedes SE car as a collateral. They grumbled a lot. They gave him the money at 9%. They took his car keys and took the car and parked it in their basement. 3 weeks later, he came back and repaid the loan plus 26.72 as interest. Now, just think about this one. They called him to the office. We don't understand the mentality of you Indians. We looked in your accounts. You had $500,000 in saving, $500,000 in retirement. Why did you take a loan of $10,000? The man said, you don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, the mentality of us Indians. This car is an expensive car. To park it safely in Manhattan costs $48 a day. I was going on a 3 week trip to India. I've got the same job done from you very safely for $26.72. Now, to me, that is innovative genius at its brilliant best. So, of course, many of the academicians and also do become aware of sustaining versus disruptive innovation. What we have to aim for is the game changing innovation. Being a chemist, I'm frequently approached by students and they always say, Sir, chemistry में कुछ scope है क्या? Is there any scope for chemistry? Of course there is. It is a very profoundly important science, and you can see its applicability in many of these areas. And yes, you can see the applicability in sustainability as well. We can use the transforming power of chemistry in all these applications, whether it is material science, in alternate energy, and goodness knows what have you. Here are my classical examples of innovative successes from STEM people. Now, being a chemist, I have a sentimental fondness for all these Stephen Lay, Graham Richards, Bob Langer. Their companies are collectively worth billions. Frances Arnold got a bachelor's in mechanical and aerospace engineering. She got a PhD in chemical engineering and finally a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Just think of that. But the ultimate story is that of Sir Andre Geim, who got his degree in physics from Moscow, came to England, had no idea of research project, and he decided he's going to levitate frogs in magnetic field. Now that was a disaster. For his troubles, he got the Ig Nobel Prize. These are Nobel Prizes. The Ig Nobels are awarded in Harvard each year for research that should never have been started, should never have been published. But the gentleman went on stage and pledged that one day he will come back and win the real Nobel Prize. 4 years later, he did that. From lead pencils, he invented graphene. Today, his companies are collectively worth $84 billion. Now, think about that one. Here was a physicist who applied his mind to creatively doing something very new and changing the world as we know it. Now, I'm a chemist. My job it is that anytime somebody has an idea, somebody makes a molecule, somebody invents a technology, how do I deliver it to the individuals, many of whom are not scientists, who really need it? Now, many people simply think, up, you chemists, आप test tubes हिलाते बैठते हो, but it is not so simple. You cannot take 1 gram of a product and go to a kilo just by building a flask and a round bottom flask, a Erlenmeyer that will reach sky high. There is a lot more science that needs to be involved in a very creative way. One of the biggest mistakes I've encountered is many people say, don't teach me anything. I have 30 years experience. But like this man's boss says, no, you don't. You have 1 year's experience repeated 30 times because you haven't learned anything new. And what I'm trying to say is that think of everybody else as a real learner for every day of your life. Be receptive to all the wonderful ideas that many of your colleagues and all that come up with. Now, again, let me share with you some of the fun things I did in my entrepreneurial journey. Of course, I had a standard career in pharmaceuticals. I worked for Dow and for Abbott, and my last job was a vice president of chemical development at Genzyme. But since 2006, I was increasingly excited about all these natural products. So these were very effective medicines through much of human history. Many of the monasteries in Europe had it. Here is my favorite story. Now, this took place around 1000 CE. Just think about that. Many of the villagers, particularly in India, they were suffering from shivers. They had nighttime temperatures. They would get convulsions. And of course, in those days, you never had indoor plumbing. So they all had to go to the lakes and ponds and other watering holes to get their water supply. Now, they found out that these particular ponds would reduce their fever symptoms. But around these ponds, there were also the nocturnal animals like pumas and leopards and everything who used to come. Those animals also exhibited the shivering and convulsions till ultimately lot of research was done. We now know of this disease as malaria, and Pelletier and Cowan too isolated quinine. From what? The observations made over 1,000 years ago showed that the water was, of course, they called it contamination, but from the leaves of the cinchona alkaloids. And from that, we of course got quinine. And there is a legend that King Charles was cured of malaria with the same quinine. Then, of course, Friedrich Serturner isolated morphine from opium. Today, India is the largest producer of legal opium in the world. And as a young man, my professors in Pune taught me the magical synthesis of morphine, codeine, and all these beautiful materials. So that my fascination with natural products has continued. India has been a tremendous source of many of our common natural products on the anti-cancer drugs like vinblastine, vincristine, paclitaxel, which is Taxol, podophylotoxin. Even now, I remember my distinguished professors in Pune lecturing me, Professor Wadia, KG Marathe, and Narsimhan. All of them used to teach me how to do this natural products chemistry. Now, go fast forward a few years. I actually, with the help of my students, we isolated this remarkable natural product. It was called noninolide, very useful for malaria. Now, you will say, so what is the big deal, Dr. Churgade? You are trying all these things, but the Western companies won't invest and other things. But today, their mindset is also changing because most of the people are focused on invention of drugs for the rich and lifestyle drugs. Now, when we isolated this, we found this particular paper and which showed us some tricks to isolate it. We got the chemical structure, and then the Nobel laureate Bob Grubbs was visiting India. Of course, he got the Nobel Prize for the olefin metathesis chemistry. We quickly put together a synthesis. I don't want to belabor all the details, but suffice it to say we assembled this Yamaguchi lactone. Then we could do a deep protection and then use the Nobel Prize winning Grubbs second generation catalyst. Much to our surprise, we got exclusively this isomer, which was not something even Bob Grubbs was able to predict. He said, you will get a mixture. Now, I had a tremendous student, Dhondi Ramesh. This gentleman did not ask me, should I do this? On his own, he dashed into the lab. He asked himself the question, which was a brilliantly innovative one: why don't I reverse the order of reaction? Why don't I first cyclize, then do this? Lo and behold, he got the E isomer. We could extrapolate that synthesis to desmethylnoninolide and everything worked. Today, we are in a position with Bob Grubbs, who is no more, but his group, and then Professor Goddard at Caltech. We are now publishing some set of rules for this catalyst or the ring closures, which are actually directed by the protecting groups. Now, I dabbled in many of the things that were considered entrepreneurial, running CRO, but that was too much of jugaad for me. This man says, it's true that your order was for a camel, but we received a lot of changes. So now you better accept an elephant. Now, I came across a very fantastic paper from Amsterdam which talked about hybrid molecules. Now, they were able to take two molecules like artemisinin and chloroquine, couple it with vitamin K3. Now, imagine two antimalarials, but together they are manifesting effects against cancer. We said, aha, can we not use that? And of course, we put together some interesting molecules. We could bridge some scaffolds together. So we could take a quinoline, we could bridge it with a chalcone, and lo and behold, these molecules started functioning as antiplasmodial agents. Then we turned our attention to a huge problem in pharma industry. All of us work in organic solvents which are flammable, which are in fact quite disastrous and have a deleterious effect on the environment. So we developed these catalysts which work in water. Just think about that. The work in water is profound. It reduces the waste, and therefore, in keeping with the theme of the conference, it is more sustainable. Our goal is we want to replace slowly all the organic solvents, which are quite harmful actually, toxic, and so on. So, we were able to put together a lot of privileged structures. We were able to do these carbon carbon bond forming reactions in water and completely avoid all the draconian conditions. Many people, even now in industry, they start a reaction at minus 78 degrees, and then they have four flash chromatographies and this and that built into it. And they say, when can you make us a ton? And I said, oh my God, mommy, just help me out in this particular case. So again, coming back to now the Ayurveda, we know that our science is replete with some brilliant examples. We have all these well documented medicinal plants and all that. But how do we bring these to the attention of the Western world? This has been my source of frustration because typically all this Ayurveda and the allopathic people have stayed poles apart from each other. One set doesn't really talk to the other set. So our company Think is trying to establish a new paradigm for drug discovery and development. We hope to have the cutting edge science for discovering medicines for tomorrow, but we do want to align yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Now, the Nobel laureate, Rich Roberts, is an extreme fan of India. I'm doing a sabbatical with him right now. He just adores Indian food. He's a vegetarian, so he's a somewhat unusual Westerner. But take a look. He came to India and ate these so-called Ayurvedic thalis. And then he made a very profound statement. If you do not take food as medicine, you will have to take medicine as food. Many people in the Western world are actually taking several medications, about 12 to 19 per day. But take a look at what our science has taught us. From childhood, we have been used to eating raw onion as a way of warding off heat stroke and nosebleeds. And then my grandmother used to give me pomegranate seeds on my yogurt, on my shrikhand, and all that. Now, we all know that that contains alkaloids which prevent amoebic dysentery and diarrhea. But 10 years ago, Harvard and UCLA published a paper that if you drink 2 glasses of pomegranate juice per day, you will regress prostate cancer, and this will have beneficial effect on breast cancer. Look at the difference in two cultures. All the Americans dashed out to the grocery stores and bought pomegranate juice. In India, people said, "Are, abhi, all the prices of anars and all that will go up, and it is going to create a big mess." Nobody suggested that we actively explore this particular area of research. So we want to challenge the conventional wisdom. We do not want to go from molecule then into rats and dogs and everything else. We want to try this unconventional approach where Ayurvedic drugs have been implemented in mankind for centuries. Let's bring it back from bedside to bench. Let us make use of the available data that has been generated, and it is no quackery. The Nobel Prize for this kind of thing was won by Professor Yu Tu from China. She actually analyzed all the documents from, look, 168 BC. And then she isolated artemisinin. She got the Nobel Prize. She's a great friend of Dr. Ashok Vaidya, who is my mentor in all this. He has an MD, PhD from Yale and from Columbia. Then he said his name is Vaidya, so it behooves of him to actually study some of the traditional science. He has started this field called reverse pharmacology or observational therapeutics. He analyzes the clinical observations, the clinical data which has been gleaned from centuries of such administration, and then he will depend on chemists like me to pinpoint the chemical structures, the mechanism of action, and so on. And we hope to shorten the time to market by several years. Now, the Western companies are pricking up their ears and taking advantage of this. We have got many scaffolds, some derived from turmeric and all these things that you are familiar with. Ginger, which is the gingiberine, comes from there, and so on and so forth. Take a look at this plant. It is called Tinospora cordifolia. The lot of seminal work was done by Dr. Sharadini Dahanukar, who alas is no more. She did a lot of work on diabetes, but my attention was drawn for a different reason. A lot of the diabetes drugs were withdrawn from the market because of cardiovascular risk. Now, Mother Nature has made the leaves of this very hard shape. We isolated the actives, we made the hybrids with Western drugs like Avandia, pioglitazone, and all that. And we are trying to see whether we can actually generate and see whether the cardiovascular risk of the Western drugs can be ameliorated by the cardiotonic effects of this one. So there is some wonderful science going on in India. What we need is integration. These molecules we have in hand, tinosporoside, cordifolide, etc. This story is a particular favorite of mine. It was brought to my attention by Professor Stephen Lay from Cambridge. He was a big consultant to companies, and the government of South Africa had invested some research effort in this one. Now, what do I mean by this one? The natives in the land, when they're tired, hungry, famished, and far from home, they have always taken it upon themselves to chew on the glabrous roots of this. They have an instant feeling of satiety. They don't feel so hungry anymore, and things just work much better for them. What is the drawback to this one? The drawback, very simply, is that these plants grow only 6 inches every 12 years. Now, that's not very good for you. But by computer programs we have analyzed, we found, lo and behold, there's a plant that grows in Koli Hills in South India where the natives use it for the same purpose. Analysis of the chemical structure shows that these are mind bogglingly similar, and therefore we want to launch a research effort on it. Now, this grows 12 inches per month. So now think about how much easier the sustainability is going to be. This is an invention that has gotten me a lot of international recognition. So I'll spend a couple of minutes talking about it. So all of you do know that when you take a drug, your liver acts on it, the cytochrome P450 mixed oxidase system oxidizes the drugs and so on. Now, as a medicinal chemist, I was used to people injecting this into rats and the molecules into rats and dogs, then killing the animals, and then painstakingly isolating metabolites. I said, I'm a chemist. Why can't I do something better? Why can't I invent a chemical catalyst which will truly make this work? What was the drawback? Tetraphenylporphyrin, of course, the Nobel Prizes were won by Hans and Emil Fischer, but in molecule, they tumble around. They get oxidized to a dimer very, very fast. Now, I have an admission to make. When I was a master's level student, and my professors would ask me, why does this not react, or why does it react too slowly? And sometimes I had no idea about the answer. I would pretend to look very intelligent and say, steric hindrance. And they will say, ha, TK, you are correct. Now, this steric hindrance came home to me. If I build in the steric hindrance around the molecule gets puckered and therefore doesn't dimerize, becomes long lived. I have truly generated a synthetic liver. Mother Nature, the greatest chemist, has got cytochrome P450, which is sterically protects and electronically activates. I have done the same thing, but purely with chemistry. I have built in steric barriers, and now my drugs can be sensitized to a lot of reaction. These are some of the catalysts that we have made. If you take any drug, any self respecting organic chemist can predict phenol formation and demethylation and all. Yes, I can generate all these molecules in a test tube. I've done this work on several drugs. Literally 2 days ago, the FDA announced that they are going to look upon new methods for reducing animal sacrifice. I am on the website of some PETA and all that, is a right thinking scientist who has the welfare of animals at heart. So I was very thrilled to have that. One day I was giving a lecture in Berlin, and these agitators just ran into the room. They said, Dr. Churgade, stop. I have a question. Why can't you use lawyers instead of rats in America? And everybody was laughing. Then they said, well, you have more lawyers than you have rats. So availability is not a problem. The scientists won't get attached to lawyers, so their heads can be chopped off. Now, at that point, I had to intervene and say, Madam, I cannot use lawyers because I have no proof that any data from them is extrapolable to the normal human beings. At that point, she came and shook my hands. Necessity is the mother of invention. Of course, frustration is the mother of innovation. What I'm calling upon all the people listening is, let us launch a new era of innovation. This is innovation done in India by the Indians, of the Indians, for the Indians, and so on and so forth. Let me give you a couple of examples of how sometimes a brilliant innovative idea strikes you. This is a scientist called Naji Abumrad who works in Vanderbilt University. He was doing a lot of research on muscle repair. He found out that a lot of athletes engage in very strenuous exercise and they tear their muscles. He invented a molecule called HMB, hydroxymethyl butyrate, which, as the calcium salt, goes into curing lot of these. Then he found out that above the age of 40, we all human beings lose a certain percentage of our muscle mass. Now, take the two things further. They have bought into a trillion gallon aquifer in upstate New York. They market this water infused by HMB, and it is called Nirvana water. Now, to us Indians, the word nirvana has tremendous value. And now think about it. We can infuse things like tulsi and other things into this pure water and drink it up. Here are a couple of fun stories in my life. I read a paper by Dr. J.S. Yadav, IICT, who had reduced a carbonyl group to an epimeric mixture of alcohols with something called Daucus carota. Oh my God. What is this? It is carrots. Then Merck got very excited. They said, can you do this reaction on 200 kilo scale of our product? We said, no problem. It will require purchase of about 3 tons of carrots. So we sent our lab people out to buy carrots. We were visited by the local police because the next day there was an Indian festival, and of course the traditional sweet, particularly in Hyderabad, was the gajar halwa. So they thought we are nasty people trying to corner the market. This is a drug for thalassemia, but one of the raw materials is cysteine. And I got a call from Novartis. How come the Indians are selling it for $3-4 a kilo? The address of the facility was suspicious. It says near Tirupati temple complex. It suddenly struck me, oh heavens, these people go there and ceremoniously donate a lock of their hair, and somebody figured out that you can hydrolyze the human hair with hydrochloric acid. The FDA insisted on visiting. The Jewish Orthodox people said this cysteine can go into certification of kosher foods. So it was a fun experience. My last example will be that I'm collaborating at the University of Illinois with Professor Martin Burke. He calls this a moonshot for chemistry. He feels that all the natural products can be built, assembled, and tailor made from 1400 scaffolds. Many of these have already been assembled, and just think about it. We can couple, cross couple, and so on. This is his major invention, which is expected will get him the Nobel Prize. And this is the actual thing called as the synthesis machine, which is all geared to set up a revolution. Now, Marty is very excited about the University of Mumbai and the environments of Mumbai. He's working with us to bring this technology for the use of students, industry, postdocs, and all in Mumbai. Now, over the years, some people have made some unbelievably stupid statements. The commissioner of patents in 1899 said, ha ha, everything that can be invented has been invented. How wrong they were. Somebody said television will never hold on to any market after the first 6 months. Today, we are all addicted to television. Sometimes you have some fun things in your entrepreneurial journey. This was from Amsterdam, where the man says emergency telephone is 174 kilometers ahead. They wanted to say meters. Can you imagine my car breaking down and then I have to go 174 kilometers on foot to seek the access of a phone? It's very valuable to learn from our mistakes. Tricky part is knowing how to make a mistake without doing anything wrong. And as a final concluding slide, people ask me what is India's contribution to Viagra. Now, this is a famous example. The innovators originally thought of labeling the drug as Niagara to symbolize onrushing torrents of passion. Then they were traveling from Delhi to Agra. They found this on the billboard. Come via Agra, you will see man's greatest erection for a woman. They took a picture of this, sent it to all the US regulatory agencies. But the long and short of it was that there were 9 million t shirts that were printed and sold. With that, I come to the end of my talk with once again my gratitude towards all the towards the invitation, first of all, for your very kind listening to what little I had to offer. And unfortunately, and I won't get a chance of listening to all the brilliant lectures in the symposium simply because of the time difference. But may I close with my example of a famous speaker who was asked to communicate to a broad audience. And one of the audience members was asked, did the speaker succeed in conveying the excitement of his science? The audience member said, at the beginning of the talk, there were two people who knew what the hell he was talking about. At the end of the talk, that number has been reduced by at least one. So take that for line. The two people were him and God. And if that number is reduced by one, I hope that didn't happen to me today. Thank you so much. I'll be delighted to work with you, to collaborate with you, and to keep the flag of Indian science and entrepreneurship flying anywhere. Thank you. We're happy to take questions.
Of science. Yes, sir. The way you explain the difference between the invention and innovation added another dimension for all researchers like us. Again, for not only for chemistry, but all disciplines of science. And of course, the story of Indian mentality was very interesting. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and delivering such a nice talk. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Suresh Paul, sir.
Dr.
Are you making a recording of this that you can send me, please?
Yes, it will be there in the YouTube, sir. So we'll definitely share.
It's being recorded. I'll ensure that you reaches you.
No Please, thank you.
By Monday it will reach you.
Yeah. Kulkarni sir, we'll start with our second presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I welcome our second speaker, Professor Ram Gopal Rao. He is a Pillar professor in the electrical engineering from IIT Delhi, and title of his talk: How do we create an innovation driven research ecosystems in India? Let me introduce firstly our eminent speaker. Professor Ram Gopal Rao is currently working as a Pillai professor in the electrical engineering and the immediate past director of IIT Delhi. Before joining IIT Delhi as a director in April 2016, Dr. Rao served as KP Kekar Chair Professor for Nanotechnology in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Chief Investigator for Center of Excellence in Nanoelectronics project at IIT Bombay. Dr. Rao has published over 480 research publications in the area of nanoscale devices and nanoelectronics. He is an inventor over 50 patents, which includes 20 issued US patents, and 15 of his patents have been licensed to industries and for industries for commercialization. Professor Rao is a founder of two deep technology startup at IIT Bombay, which are developing products of relevance to the society. Dr. Rao is a fellow of IEEE, a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, the Indian Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Sciences, and Indian National Academy. Professor Rao's research and leadership contribution have been recognized over 35 awards and honors in the country and abroad. He is a recipient of 3 honorary doctorates. The recognition of Professor Rao received include the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Engineering Sciences, Infosys Prize, IEEE EDS Education Award, Excellence in Research Award from IIT Bombay, Department of Atomic Energy and DRDO Suvarna Jayanti Fellowship Award from Department of Science and Technology, IBM Faculty Award, Best Research Award from Intel Asia Academic Forum, Techno Visionary Award from Indian Semiconductor Association, JC Bose National Fellowship, among many others. And of course, many other. Professor Rao was an editor of IEEE Transactions and on Electronic Devices during 2013 to 2012, and currently serves on editorial advisory board of ICS Letters and leading international journal in the area of nanotechnology. He also serves as an editor for IEEE Journal on Flexible Electronics. Dr. Rao served as a chairman IEEE Bombay chapter, chairman INAE Delhi chapter, and as a vice chairman IEEE Asia Pacific region and chapter subcommittee. He was first elected chairman for Indian section American Nano Society during 2013 and 2015. So I invite Professor Rao. It's over to you, sir.
I'm going to share now. Sorry, there is share screen. The share option is not working or something.
May I assist you, sir?
Yeah, I need to share a file, but the share button is not active.
No. Just please click on share. Then the window will open. There you need to click on share screen. The second step, you need to click on share screen.
Yeah, I am doing that, and then share screen.
Then you need to click on that entire screen. That the screen icon you need to click.
Now I got
it is done, sir.
So let me know. I hope you are able to see my presentation now.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So I think I have maybe 35 minutes or so. So I will, in fact, Professor Jorgade's talk is a nice introduction to what I am going to speak about. I will give you more examples, but I am an electrical engineer, so my examples are more from the engineering side, or the rather the electrical engineering side. But I think my talk theme and the flow will be very similar to what Professor Chorgade has actually covered. How do we create this innovation driven research ecosystem in India? So that is something that everybody is talking about. And if you look at Indian higher education system, we have over 1000 universities, and of which 135 are designated as the institutions of national importance. That is where IITs, ICES, IASC, all these institutions fall under. And we have a total of 38 million students studying in our higher educational institutions, the universities and colleges, for the graduate degrees upwards. And we are growing at 2.2% CAGR, but our PhDs, we have about 200,000 PhDs in our universities, and which is growing at a very healthy 10% CAGR per year, which is pretty good. And the gender ratio between boys and girls is also pretty good. It's almost 50-50 in our institution. So I think overall Indian education system has scaled pretty significantly. And we had, for example, at the time of independence, about 15 universities or so, and we are celebrating 75th year of independence in a few days from now, and now we have over 1000 universities. The gross enrollment ratio currently stands at 27.1%, but that is something that government of India, through the new education policy, is now looking at enhancing it to almost like 50%. So that would mean we will be doubling the intake in our higher educational institutions from the 38 million that we have in the universities. Having said that, if you look at the current status of India's R&D, we are indeed doing very well in terms of research. We are ranked third in the world when it comes to research output. This is from the National Research Foundation data of US, the National Science Foundation data of US, and which is something we have overtaken many other countries. Now China ranks number one, US comes number two, and of course India comes at the third position. But our share of scientific publications is still pretty low as compared to both China and US. We are at 5.3% as against the 20% and 16% of China and US respectively. And India is also one of the fastest growing countries in scientific research. All this growth has happened in the last decade, and we are growing at a pretty significant rate of 11%, while the world average is 4%. So I think the credit should go to the Indian researchers because we are not spending enough money on higher education. As a percentage of GDP terms, our expenditure or our investments in the higher education are actually falling, which is a matter of concern. We were at 0.7% or so, but now it is falling below 0.7%. But despite the low spending on higher education in terms of percentage of GDP terms, if you compare with other developed nations like China or US or any other country like Germany, Japan, and all of that, they all spend anywhere from 2% to 4% of their GDP on higher education, while we are spending just less than 0.7% on education, on higher education, which is a matter of concern. But despite that low spending per dollar spent, Indians write more papers than any other country, and not all of them are of great quality or good quality. But when I am giving these numbers, these are all taken from standard databases. The papers which are like predatory nature, they aren't included in any of these kind of papers. So I think we are still doing well, compared to the amount of money which is getting invested. But I think one thing which is totally missing in the Indian system is the translation of knowledge into wealth. We have become very good at whatever money that is given to us, that we can convert into knowledge, but we are very poor at converting the knowledge back into wealth, which is what Professor Chorgade mentioned as the innovation. So that is the part that we need to become better at. And if you look at the overall way things are, I think that there are lots of societal problems. I often say that all the world's problems are in India. So if you are looking for a problem, you don't need to go to library and look for a problem. You just look around you, you find so many problems, and you can spend your lifetime researching on these problems and finding solutions to these. So I think I would strongly believe that the societal problems need to become projects in HEIs. I think that is the disconnect between society and higher education system in India, which is indeed pretty glaring, and which is indeed the reason why our innovation potential is not fully tapped. And I call that there is a new education policy that everybody is talking about, and I call the new education policy as the moral movement of India. What exactly is the moral movement? In the last 10 years, as I have shown, the Indian higher educational institutions have become very research oriented. And but our biggest challenge is our R&D is still primarily driven by North America and European models. Whatever happens there, we tend to pick up those problems and write a few more papers. That is how our research has been. But if you look at the US, even the US in 19th century was also like us. It was not that US universities from the beginning were the centers of excellence. In the 19th century, the US colleges essentially followed England and Germany, which were considered to be the centers of excellence at that time. And most of the Nobel Prizes of that era, if you see, they all used to be garnered by the England and Germany kind of a thing. But these countries were primarily focusing on classics, theology, and natural sciences. That was what the England and German universities were known for, and US were also following these specific countries, just as we are now following US and other countries. What changed in the US was this Land Grant University Act. That act is known as the Morrill Act, which was introduced in 1862. That changed the scenario for higher education in the US. And the Morrill Act essentially said that unless the universities work in such branches of learning as are related to agriculture and the mechanic arts, in those days, these were the kind of the major societal sort of vocation. So the agriculture and mechanic arts, and if the universities work towards improving the agricultural productivity, or the production from these mechanical kind of industries, that is when they will receive the support from the state in terms of land and other things. So almost every pioneering university you see in the US today is essentially created as a land grant university. And that is one act which essentially connected the US universities to society and the societal problem. And after that, there was no looking back. And now that some of the best and the finest institutions are in the US kind of a thing. I think that to me is what hopefully will happen if the new education policy is implemented in the right spirit. And I call therefore the new education policy as our moral movement. There are multiple provisions in the new education policy which are trying to connect our higher educational system with the society. And if we are successful in that, hopefully many good things will happen. Most many of these problems, most of the research that is happening in India today or in our educational institutions today, I would classify that more as developing solutions which are looking for a problem. I think the solution looking for a problem rather than solution to a problem. I think what needs to happen at some point is you take problems and then provide solutions, rather than researching for on solutions and then trying to see where I can apply that sort of a solution. And but it's not that I am against basic research or fundamental research or blue sky research. I think that must happen. But if IITs to every other institution also only does research to publish papers, I think it's not going to benefit the country. Without compromising on the quality of basic research, which is what a large section of our scientific community must do. There are at least a few engineers in the country who are all in these Indian institutes of technology. I think some of us need to take up these problems and try to provide solutions. As engineers, I would believe that we have that mandate given to us, and at least some of our research must be providing solutions to problems, and without compromising on the other basic research kind of a thing. I think this is what hopefully will happen. And at the end of the day, the talent and societal problems and the research funding, all of these need to come together for for Indian institutions to become impactful in addressing the societal issues. Having said that, In fact, like I said, this is again what Professor Chaurgade mentioned. And if you look at any higher educational system today, there are three aspects to an higher educational system. You, of course, need to teach. I think the dissemination of knowledge is something very important. So that always must happen. In addition to that, we also need to generate new knowledge. If everybody is only disseminating knowledge that is available, I think that won't work. So we need to push the boundaries of every science, every technology, and the new knowledge generation that needs to happen. So therefore, the research is always very important for any higher educational institution. The third aspect where we seem to be a little bit weak is innovation. The innovation, as Professor Chargadi also mentioned, is about generating value for research. You have written these 100 papers, but what is the value of those 100 papers for the society? Or what have you generated as a value out of these, out of all the knowledge that you have generated? So that value addition that comes through innovation is where we need to be now focusing our energies, at least in leading institutions for technology like the Indian Institutes of Technology and others. How does the knowledge become innovation? Knowledge will become innovation when you choose a problem that has a relevance to the society. That is what many people want to see as a solution. And if once you have provided a solution, the solution need to reach the people. The delivery also becomes very important, whether it is through a startup or whether it is through interactions with the industry. You need to finally ensure that this research, that solution that you have discovered out of your research, eventually reaches the people who need to use that. So I think that is what when the knowledge becomes innovation, and that is what we need to do. We need to bring relevance to the research that we do, and we need to put in place proper delivery mechanisms so that much of the research that we do eventually benefits the people. When as somebody who has been working in India since 1998, after returning from the US, I think one thing which I have noticed is the fundamental problem that lies in the Indian academic system today is how we choose research problems to focus on, whether it is for PhD research problems or whether it is for our own project funding and all of that. I would argue that anywhere from 70 to 100% of our problems, depending on which university you go, which institution you go, are all chosen or taken from the library. Most of our problems originate from library, and therefore they also end up in library. So that is where the fundamental problem lies right now with academic institutions, and that needs to change. We did some of these experiments at IIT Delhi during my time as a director for 6 years. We tried to see how can we connect the institution better with the society, with the societal problems. We started immersion programs where we started to have our faculty and students go to places where there are real world problems. We created rural internships, we created a grassroots innovation program, and we also started to activate our humanities and social sciences departments, which they are connected with the society because they are always looking at societal problems. Can we have them integrated with the engineering departments and see if we can actually take up some of these issues that are there in the society. So we started grand challenge kind of initiatives, identified problems, and then tried to see a team of people coming from a very multidisciplinary kind of a background can develop solutions to these kind of problems. We also very aggressively connected with industries, and during my time, we improved our industry interactions by at least a factor of 3, and we tried to make our faculty connect with industry. We started professors of practice positions at IIT Delhi, where industry professionals can come and become faculty at IIT Delhi. They don't even need a PhD if they are coming as professors of practice. We created at least 18 centers of excellence with funding from multiple agencies, which are all focusing on problems. We started 3 technology parks where industries can come and set up their research centers, and we started an industry day at IIT Delhi. We started a FIRE scheme, which stands for Faculty Innovation and Research Driven Entrepreneurship. At IIT Delhi, if any faculty member says, I want to start a company out of my research, Institute gives them a 50 lakh rupees grant, and Institute also gives them all the support, and even including 1 year of sabbatical they can take from their job to start and run their company. So we did many things which have made a huge impact on the way we could connect with the society. And another interesting thing we did also was to connect with strategic agencies like DRDO and ISRO. At IIT Delhi, for example, in the last 4 years, we started a major collaboration activity with DRDO. We call it the Joint Advanced Technology Center. Today, there are about 100 faculty members and about 150 PhD students who are working on DRDO defined problems. And we received over 280 crores of research funding from DRDO for these research activities which are currently ongoing, and that is now resulting on in multiple technologies which DRDO could use. And the same thing is happening. We created an ISRO cell, and we're also beginning. We also connected much more aggressively with other agencies. I think that is one thing that needs to happen. I think we cannot work in silos. Connecting with society, connecting with industry, connecting with strategic agencies is one way we can break these silos and make our research relevant. And if you ask me, there are 5 areas I usually talk about. I call them the 5 T's, where India has a immense potential to contribute. Of course, information technology is one where India is already a leading player. If you want to know the numbers, for example, what Saudi Arabia exports as crude oil is what India exports as the IT, the information technology. So that is the power of India when it comes to the IT exports. And even in the biotechnology, we have all seen that during the COVID time, how India was one of the very few countries which could manufacture its own vaccines and vaccinate the whole population. And we were also one of the major exporters of vaccines. So India has a deep strength in biotechnology. Even in nanotechnology, India is ranked third in the world for knowledge generation. A lot of research currently happens in nanotechnology, and I'm aware of at least half a dozen companies, or at least a dozen companies, and half a dozen large industries which are interacting with academia to enhance their products by using the nanotechnology concepts. And the cognitive technology, India is ranked fifth in terms of quality of research. That is also one place where India can play a major role, because the AI ML technologies, there is abundance of data available in India, and if we can create and generate this structured data, I think India can be a major player on the cognitive technology space, and that we can derive from our IT dominance, and I see a huge future there. Similarly, for quantum technologies, in terms of research, we are ranked currently something like sixth position in the world for quantum research, but that is again where we need to develop new technologies and all that. So there is a huge potential in India for taking a lead in many of these sectors. And I work in the nanotechnology area. Instead of just preaching, that one should do this, one should do that, let me give you some examples of what I did in my career in the last 2 decades, on how I chose problems and how I connected with the society and what has resulted out of that. One thing which I also find uh, very disturbing in India is we are not filing enough patents. For example, I told you that in the nanotechnology space, India is ranked third in the world in terms of research publications. We wrote this many papers, but look at the abysmally low number of patents that we have filed. Just 54 patents out of 15,000 research publications. Look at US. US is placed second. For 24,000 papers, they have filed something like 5,000 patents. For every 5 papers, they are filing a patent. Whereas in India, for every 300 papers, we are filing one patent. I think that needs to change. If you ever want to become an innovation-driven economy, we need to protect our IP more effectively. And unless we file IP, there will not be any startup and there will not be any technology transfer. If you have done research and published all of that without protecting the IP, nobody would really be interested in it, because all that research is in public domain. And when you want to start a company, no investor would really be interested, because they will ask, what is your IP and do you own the IP of what you are trying to develop? So I think these are very important. We need to improve the culture of filing patents in academic institutions, and that we have to do by an order of magnitude increase kind of a thing in the next decade or so. I will not get into these details, but let me talk briefly about my own research, since I don't have only about 20 minutes of time. But since we are talking of picking problems from the society, there are enough problems that you can choose by looking at what is happening in the society. I mean, India is a young country, so we have more than half of India's population is under the age of 25. So anything that can provide skill to them, that can anything any technology that can help youth, excel and acquire skills is something which can become a very big sort of a technology direction. And agriculture, India has a massive agricultural sector with more than 50% of the population dependent on agriculture, but its productivity is only 17%. Therefore, we all need to work on making agriculture more productive. I think that's a huge opportunity. And healthcare is a major concern. Every year, over 22 million people are pushed below the poverty line due to healthcare expenditure. I think developing more diagnostic kits, more web-enabled or remote diagnosis kind of tools are all very important for taking agriculture, for taking healthcare to the next level. The security is a major concern. Energy is a major concern. The renewables is a big issue, and there are enough problems. So if you are looking for a problem to spend your rest of life on, I think you just, like I said, look around and you will find enough of these problems, and that is what we need to be doing. And there is a very nice quote by Dr. Mashalkar. I noticed that he inaugurated this conference. He always talks about more with less for more, to use fewer resources, do more so that more people can benefit. I think this is the kind of a concept that we need to adapt when it comes to doing research in India. So my own research, for example, has been in multiple domains, and I have always led multidisciplinary teams. And one of my very first or early problems was developing a cardiac diagnostic system to prevent or detect heart attacks before they occur, from a myocardial infarction, using the proteins that are released in the blood when the heart goes through myocardial infarction. So can one actually look for these markers like troponin I, CKMB, myoglobin, detect them using a lab on chip kind of a module or a bedside, the patient side, and then be able to diagnose quickly if somebody is going through a myocardial infarction. This was one of our very early problems, and we started to do a top-down kind of an approach. We called it iSense, calling infarct sensor, because it was a myocardial infarction. So the infarct sensor, and then we started to develop a complete product for the first time. And we said, we have multidisciplinary teams from at least 7 departments were involved from the IIT in order to develop a complete system, which can actually detect these proteins in the blood. And in about 5 minutes, can you actually tell whether somebody is undergoing myocardial infarction. So because for that, we developed a sensor platform. This is a polymer piezoresistive platform. And on the platform, we wrote lots of papers, and I will not have time to get into all these details, but my webpage has all these papers which you can look at. And we also developed the complete electronics, and then we made the complete system for this, and including the cartridge, and where you can put a drop of blood, and using the system, a tabletop kind of an instrument, you can actually detect many of these proteins in the blood. That is when we started a company, NanoSniff, at IIT Bombay. And I spent 18 years at IIT Bombay before moving to IIT Delhi. So we started a company, NanoSniff Technologies, and licensed this technology to them. And we also developed at IIT Bombay, Professor Dinesh Sharma and his group, the ECG monitoring systems and all that, because we wanted to come up with a complete cardiac care. In India, every fourth death occurs because of a cardiac problem. 25% of Indians die because of heart attacks and because of our sedentary lifestyles and eating habits. So one of the things which took up was, to see if we can prevent or diagnose cardiac patients early enough so we can prevent the heart attacks. And subsequently, I took up a project to develop explosive detectors. And this is when the security agencies approached me through the principal scientific advisor's office. And the idea was to replace sniffer dogs. And the sniffer dogs are pretty good when it comes to detecting explosives, but they are very difficult to maintain, and you cannot have sniffer dogs all that easily available everywhere. And that is where they came to us and said, can you develop an electronic nose kind of a platform, or electronic sniffing devices for explosive materials. So we started an activity, again a very multidisciplinary kind of a thing. We developed platforms for that. We interacted with chemists to see what these explosive molecules can bind to selectively, so that required a lot of chemistry approaches. We tried many of them. Again, a lot of these papers have been published and you can take a look at it. And we also started developing an electronic nose platform for explosive detection. Again, a lot of chemistry is involved, and we finally were able to put together an XSNIF platform, and which can actually detect for presence of explosives in the air. And when there is an explosive, it can actually alert the security person and all that. So this technology also was developed, and eventually we started working on other kinds of technologies for explosive detection. And one of the things which became very successful and which became almost disruptive in the technology in the explosive detection space is a nano electromechanical platform, where we started to look at the physics of explosive. The physics of explosive is to explode, and we said collect a few nanograms of this explosive and actually cause an explosion with a sudden rush of current. And when it sees a thermal shock because of this sudden rush of current, and the explosive will go through a deflagration, then we detect the signature of the deflagration, and from that we can identify the nature of explosive. And this became a product, and we have a product in the market. If you search nano sniffer, you will actually find the product. And this product was launched by the Ministry of Education because we received a lot of funding from government for that. So nano sniffer can detect explosives within 10 seconds, and it's IIT Bombay incubated startup. It's the world's first micro sensor based explosive trace detector. We hold the US patent and the European patent for the nano sniffer, and this is now already being sold commercially. It's available on the government e-marketplace GEM, and Delhi Airport is also purchasing these systems. And nano sniffer, the nano sniff, the company which developed this further based on the concepts we provided from IIT Bombay. And now this is a product which has huge implications for the security agencies. And then subsequently we are also working on taking this forward and make it into a sniffing devices for the airports. The idea is to integrate such sensor devices in the buses and trains. And one of the things we are also exploring is to generate power from the motion available from the vibrations in the buses and trains, and run the such sensors without requiring external power source. So we also did quite a bit of work on piezoelectrics. And one of the things we also did, since this is a sustainability conference, when you are talking about piezoelectrics, one of the most commonly used material is PZT, but we developed the lead-free materials for piezoelectrics, which are as good as the PZT. And in fact, we published it, we applied for patents, and this is in the perovskite materials, published in ACS Energy Letters, which is one of the leading journals in the energy space. And of late, for the past 5 years, I have been working on agricultural applications. As I said, India needs, desperately lots of technologies for improving the productivity of agriculture. So my research group at IIT Delhi, along with my team at IIT Bombay, I have a research team still at IIT Bombay. So we have been working on developing sensors required for Indian farmers. Government of India has distributed these soil health cards, and there are multiple micro and macronutrients that you need to detect in the soil for soil health monitoring. So we have been working for the past 4 years in developing prototypes for volatile tracking, pathogen detection, moisture, pH and salinity, micro and macronutrients, specifically for Indian agriculture, which are very low cost kind of requirements. And we have been working on these technologies, and about 2.5 years ago, we started a company, Soil Sense, and Soil Sense now has been able to commercialize most of these technologies now. So we have these weather stations which can monitor all the weather properties, including the soil pH, temperature, moisture kind of values. And we also have sensors for NPK, nitrates, phosphate, and potassium. Now, using these sensors, now we are in a position to actually help the Indian farmers. In fact, Soil Sense already has its installations at 140 locations in the country, and they are doing pretty well. They have been funded by various government agencies, and now their technologies are also being used by multiple multinationals. These are some of their installations, and they are doing a pretty good job, and they in fact have tried on multiple crop cycles, and they have shown that by saving water you can improve the yield, the productivity, and you can also by measuring the soil health, you can also reduce the use of fertilizers, pesticides, and other things. So a lot of such innovations are important from the sustainability point of view. So most of my research now ends up in technologies or products and prototypes, and through the two startups that I have, we have been able to commercialize many of these technologies. NanoSniff is no longer a startup, it's now a full-fledged company. They operate out of IIT Bombay Tech Park, the technology park, and their explosive detector has been pretty successful. And they plan to launch the cardiac sensor at some point, but right now the focus has been on the explosive detector, and scale up the product portfolios in that space. And also the entire technology platform is also commercialized by NanoSniff. The technology platform was developed in our research labs. This is how some of these technologies look like. And Soil Sense is also pretty successful. Soil Sense is now working with multiple companies, large companies, and all of that. So innovation, top-down, product-oriented approach is the key. I think focusing on a problem is important. On the platform development, you can write lots of papers. Very often, the concern is if I am working on products, will my research output suffer? It need not be. On the prototypes, on the platforms, you can write lots of papers, which is what I have done. And you can also file enough patents. I have all my 50 patents are on technologies which are what I have spoken about just now. And so you need to protect IP. Therefore, it's always a patent, publish, and prosper. So that is the sequence in which one needs to work. And you need to mature the technology in an academic environment, given the lack of ecosystem for VC funding for technology startups. And things are improving. Government of India is also becoming generous now in funding technology startups. But still, in an academic environment, we can improve and mature the technology. And once you are ready to commercialize, then you can start a company and commercialize that. They utilize the government sources of funding. There are multiple sources available now, and that's one thing which one can utilize. And professors and students alone cannot build a company. A team is important. Most of both the companies that I co-founded have people with multiple backgrounds as part of the team, and it was very important because they were the ones who could commercialize, and they were the ones who could develop the complete product, and they were the ones who could even raise funds from private investors. And only professors and students alone will find doing all of that very difficult. And I think the equity value, increasing the value of equity is important than fighting for equity. When you are working as a team, I think it's important that you recognize each other's strengths, and accordingly work together. And involving students in the enterprise is very important. It's a strong motivation for them, whether it's a university or IIT. I think we are making the future in our institution. So the students need to be a very major part of this entire innovation ecosystem, and look for areas where there is a great domestic market demand. Fortunately, in India, we have 1.3 billion people, and if you can develop a product, which is of importance in the society, I don't think you need to really worry about scale up and other things, because that's one thing that is there. This is my last slide. I think institutions need to become idea factories. And when do you become idea factories? You become idea factories when unlike minds come together. People who don't think alike, people who have a completely different cultural backgrounds, people who have completely different disciplinary training, people who have completely different attitudes. I think we need to bring all such people to the campuses and make them interact with each other, which is what we try to do at IIT Delhi, which has now made a huge impact on the way we function. And once you are able to generate ideas, once you are able to convert those ideas into solutions to a problem, and then ecosystem for high technology startups is important. So we created such an ecosystem at IIT Delhi, through a variety of means. And I'll skip this, but for example, at IIT Delhi, we have all these ongoing support programs for entrepreneurs, immersion, ideation, product development and validation, pilot scale, market entry, training and mentoring, innovation awards. Through a variety of these schemes, we tend to identify such ideas, and then we tend to finally commercialize them through a startup or technology transfer. So things are working very well at IIT Delhi. In some departments, every second faculty, every I would say every fifth faculty member has a startup of his or her home. And since we have dedicated programs now to encourage faculty entrepreneurship, now many PhD students are also now becoming entrepreneurs. I think this needs to happen on a larger scale in the country. I think with this, I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Let me unshare. So.
Thank you, sir, for your nice talk. Particularly, you focus on current status of India and in higher education and research and development. Of course, the impact of a new education policy on the higher education of India. Moreover, the choosing of research problem and importance of filing patent was really motivational for the researchers in the applied sciences and engineering. So I'm very much thankful to you. Thank you so much, Professor Rao. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can I ask a small question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Rao. I'm Partha here. See, we have a startup which works on predictive analysis of precision farming. So, do we have any data on NPK or pH values of the soil which you have worked out?
That's very good. It's very good. In fact, we have all the technologies to monitor these parameters, whether it is the weather parameters or soil parameters. I think that's a good win-win. You can use our technologies. We have already collected a lot of data, and if you are looking at predictive modeling, so that can be a win-win kind of a collaboration. If you contact me, I can put you in touch with the soil sensitive.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let us go ahead. We have another dynamic personality with us, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Title of his talk is Era of Environmental Management. Firstly, let me introduce him. So his research areas are physical and chemical processes, applications of cavitation phenomena, sonochemistry, water treatment, industrial wastewater treatment and its reuse applications, experimental and CFD investigations, design of nozzles for hydrodynamic cavitation, modeling of stores, optimization of cooking devices, polymer degradation, cellular dissolution, use of non-conventional energy sources, development of novel ceramic from the waste, synthesis of nanomaterial, analysis of biomass for value-added products, application of biochar for improving soil fertility, life cycle assessment studies, portable devices for detection of heavy metals, bacteria and water containment. Moreover, in the biotechnology area, microbial disinfection using hydrodynamic cavitation, protein modification, cell dispersions, selective recovery of intracellular biomolecules at the cells or dispersion cells, magnetic nanoparticles for enzyme, microbial fuel cells, portable microscope for diagnosis and educational purpose. So this is a huge list of his research area. As of now, 61 students completed PhD under his guidance, and 11 students research is going on. He has more than 427 publications in his credit, and the citation number is huge, 21,721 as of in the July 2022. His H index is 81 as per this Scopus data, and achievement list is also huge. A few of them I must be not over here. Sir JC was a fellow, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India in 2015. Vishwakarma Medal, Indian National Science Academy in 2015. Fellow, the Indian World Academy of Sciences, again in 2015. INSA Best Teacher Award 2012, IS-CV Raman Award for Best Engineering Teacher in 2010, Fellow of Indian National Academy in 2009, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences in India, Allahabad 2009, MTech Foundation Award for Outstanding Contribution in Research and Development in 2009 again, India Research Front Award in 2009 for highest number of citations in the research front, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, felicitation at the hands of Mayor of BMC for outstanding research work in 2008, Distinguished Alumnus Award. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know, sir. This list is unending, huge list. So,
no, don't worry about it.
Yeah, with your permission, I will hand over to you, sir. Thank you, and welcome, sir.
Thank you. Let me see if I'm able to share it.
If any assistance required, I can help you.
Yeah, I think so, because I'm just
live. Can you see a small plus icon there in the bottom, share?
Yeah, I can see that.
Please click upon that.
And then I get...
Once you click share screen, entire screen.
Yes, okay.
Screen.
And then?
Entire screen. You click upon that image that you get. Then say
share screen. Yeah, share screen is fine. Yeah, okay, fine.
Then entire screen, then share.
Okay, let me see if I can get this.
Share screen, entire screen, then share.
Share entire screen, but I need to see it here, no? Or I don't.
No, you just click upon that, no problem. Click upon that entire screen, then click the bottom, that one blue button will get enabled. You click upon that. You can see the entire screen also, no problem.
No, but I need to share my slides.
No problem, sir. Now it has come, don't worry. Now you can see your entire screen over there, you can share it.
No, not
Go
that.
to that slide now. Go to that slide now.
Which slide?
You can minimize this window, what you are there right now. Then you can go to the slide. Now your entire screen is available over here.
No, I understand
you can
that.
Minimize this. You please minimize this window, no problem.
I'm unable to minimize this window. Would it be
advisable? You have opened two windows you have. You go to the first window, then it will be normal. There are two windows over. You click upon the first window. Two tabs are there. First tab you click.
Let me just stop sharing first. Let me just do that.
No, you have stopped sharing, sir.
Yes, I have stopped sharing. So what I want to do is I have a PPT which is ready, available.
No problem, sir. No problem. I understand it.
Which I'm trying
follow
to
the
share.
Same thing. Yeah. Please follow the same thing. Please click upon share. Then share screen. Then entire screen. Then share. Once you have achieved it, you can minimize from the browser. Go to your PPT and start
see, when I guess share screen, so click on share screen.
Then you get entire screen.
Entire screen. I have got entire. Yeah, and then.
Yeah, click upon that image. Then click share in the bottom.
No, but that it is the same screen which I am able to see. That
please, no problem, sir. You share it. You please share it. Yeah. Now I am adding it to your stream. Yeah. Now it is available. No, I don't know. Now you have started once again the same thing.
Same. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. Please minimize the browser. You minimize, sir.
No, it is not getting minimized. It is not getting minimum.
Don't
Can I
cancel
do one
it.
thing?
Don't
Can I
cancel
just
it.
share my slides with you?
But how fast you can share it?
No, immediately I can send it by email.
By email, is it?
Yeah.
I'll just text you my email ID.
Yeah, just
You
nothing. You
please see
can
the
mail.
chat box. You please see the chat box.
Yeah, I've got it. India Startup 360 at gmail.com. No?
Please mail it immediately, sir.
Yeah, I'll mail it.
Have you sent it, sir?
Yeah, just about to. Just attaching.
If it is a larger file, you could have shared it also on the same folder.
I've shared it with you. You get it?
No, sir, I haven't received any intimation, sir.
I haven't used the studio before.
How big is the file, sir?
No, I think now I can. Just share screen. Share screen.
Yeah, it has come, sir. Please go ahead.
It has come?
Yes, sir, you can go
Yes,
ahead.
sir, we can see now.
What you can see? Yes, you can see
Slide.
that. Yeah. Can see the slides now, no?
Yes, sir.
So can I start?
Yes, sir, you can start, sir.
And let me see how, yeah, slide is there. Okay, fine, fair enough. Sorry for this mishap because I hadn't used the studio before. But anyway, I was listening to Professor Ram Gopal Rao very, very intently. I know his of his work, and this has come out very nicely. But what we must remember, what my talk is going to be, is in terms of how we sustain this entire space, that is the research space as well as the space which we are going to utilize for addressing these issues of sustainability. So the point which I'm going to discuss are through is when you look at sustainability, we need to look at the natural capital. Whatever are the resources which are available to us and how we are going to utilize these resources. The only sustainable resource which we have essentially is sun, which manifests itself in different forms, as you can see, whether it is biomass, life, coal, and every resource which we use has a different level of renewability or different time scale of renewability. So you can imagine that any activity as engineers or physicists we look at various time scales. So you can imagine the time scales of conversion of one particular source of energy or material to another form of energy takes different time scales. So essentially we are dealing with multi-scale phenomena, and as engineers and scientists we need to look and understand this multi-time scale phenomena and then try to integrate it in our activities. So we start with the sun, then we have a natural capital, which we translate it into economy, and then we need to convert it into products and services. So when you look at the utilization of these resources, the whole objective is to use these resources for the well-being of human. And what is that which makes a human well-being? Security in terms of personal safety, resource availability, and security from the disasters. Now, disasters are natural calamities. I'm not talking about man-made calamities or man-made disasters. We need a basic material for good life, which is adequate livelihood, sufficient food, shelter, and access to all the goods, which is going to reduce our dependence as well as efforts in terms of activity as well as the returns. We need good health, all the medicinal materials, the nutrition, so on and so forth. And to sustain ourselves as a part of the society, we require good social relationship. And again, good social relationship are only available when there is a availability of resources in a somewhat a similar manner to a similar level to majority of the people who are accessing those particular resources. So let us move on. When the population is increasing, what is happening or what is going to happen to this? If you look at this current status of this natural capital, it was evaluated and more than 1,300 experts looked at it, and their findings can be summarized in terms of the following: is the the resource or the natural capital which is available is degrading and deteriorating very fast. Obvious conclusion, if anybody is interested, they can go and have a look at this particular website. This is the current status of our sacred rivers. Even though lot of efforts have been put up, government is spending huge amount of money to conserve and protect these natural capitals, which is rivers. Alarming decrease in the depletion of groundwater table, and there are some regions where the bore wells need to go 200, 300 feet deep, and you keep on extracting water mostly for agricultural purposes. And I think the technologies which Professor Ram Gopal Rao was talking about are going to essentially address these issues of sustainability, as he correctly pointed out. This is what the soil erosion is happening, and then regeneration of rivers, essentially desilting of the rivers, has again been an activity which is being taken substantially. But you can always imagine that these are all afterthoughts. The end of the pipe solutions are actually much more expensive as compared to tackling the problem at source itself, because that will allow you to use the resource in a sustainable manner without having to face the disasters and then take rectifiable measures into it. Now, if you look at the current anthropogenic activities and its impact on the let's say, sustainability, each of these activities have certain ecological limits. and you can define it in the form of these scales, and you can see it as far as biodiversity loss is concerned, as far as nitrogen cycle is concerned, because of the excessive utilization of urea and other things. We have actually gone into red. That means it is alarming. Green is we are still able to sustain, and we have covered about 2 circles, and we have a bit of a possibility in terms of rectification. So all of these changes which we see as a result of anthropogenic activities have certain reversible and certain irreversible effects, and we need to understand what these irreversible effects are. You can imagine that when the COVID pandemic set in and the industrial activities were more or less shut down for a period of 2 months, you might have seen multiple WhatsApp messages, photographs, so on and so forth, is how suddenly the atmosphere has become so clean, how the ocean has become clean, how you can see dolphins even in Mumbai ocean, and one can see Himalayan peaks from Delhi because of the clarity of the atmosphere, so on and so forth. So you can imagine 70 years of abuse of nature. If nature has the capability of reviving itself in a shutting down of 2 months of industrial activity in terms of pollution cause, imagine that same was distributed over 70 years. The 2 months loss of industrial production, if it was distributed over a period of 70 years, then it would have been negligible, it would have been unnoticeable. But effectively, it was not. And everybody is greedy, everybody is trying to exploit the resources as and when available. So essentially, you must go back and see what Mahatma Gandhi said, that world has sufficient for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. So this is a philosophy which we need to follow as far as sustaining our activities are concerned. Now, this is another concept which we need to look at, called as an Earth Overshoot Day. It tells you how the systems economy are working, or national economies of all the countries are working, indicating the period in which the renewable resources available in each of the country, depending upon their landmass and the amount of energy they receive, compared to the energy which they utilize. Now, if you consider, let's say, Indonesia, and you see December 18 as an Earth Overshoot Day, what it means that up to December 18, whatever renewable resources which the Indonesian nation receives, they are able to utilize it. That means they are borrowing it from the next years only for about 12 to 15 days. Whereas if you look at Qatar, Luxembourg, February 11, February 16, it clearly indicates that they are using far more than what they have and borrowing the resources from the future. Now, unfortunately, India is not listed out here because of the lack of the data, but I did the calculations, and India on 22nd August 2021 was India's Earth Overshoot Day. What it means that we are borrowing 4 months of next generation's resources for our utilization in the current status. We need to be careful about it. This is not going to be sustainable. There are certain external drivers and there are business drivers. So essentially, external drivers are climate change awareness, and I know that the younger generation is very aware of this. Certain government initiatives, ratings and labeling schemes which we need to do, voluntary codes and standards which we need to follow, which government brings out from time to time. And there are certain business drivers, so we need to look at the business sustainability as well. Now, business sustainability comes not only from economic sustainability. So you can imagine all those industries which have lasted for a long time, such as industries which have been in existence for more than 100 years or so. You will find that in the past 5 to 7 years or so, their research, their focus has been using the raw materials which are more sustainable in nature, so that they continue to do the business for a longer period. They are not fly-by-night operators that you operate it for 5-10 years and then make your money and then quit. These are the industries such as Godrej and L&T have been sustaining for a very long time and continue to sustain. When they, Hindustan Unilever, P&G, they are spending huge amount of money, resources in identifying the sustainable solutions to their business activities. And that is extremely important. So one can look at Dow Jones Sustainability Index. You need to satisfy the regulatory compliance, we need to take care of pollution, and we need to lead the product in terms of the sustainability. These are the 4 pillars through which you address the issues of sustainability. So when you look at sustainability strategy, you can, and you want to grow, and there is of course a limit to growth. To what extent you are going to grow? There cannot be growth forever. So you can imagine you need to have innovation and product, and that is what Professor Ram Gopal Rao was talking about. Then you have resources which are utilized and how productively those resources are being utilized, then which results into a leadership and gives a social responsibility in you addressing it, and that allows you to grow in the market. So these are essentially sustainable shareholder, which results into sustainable shareholder value. So the approaches to address the issues of sustainability, you need to look at energy and eco-efficiency. The people have been looking at only economic efficiency. One needs to look at a combination of economic efficiency and energy or resource efficiency, couple it with life cycle analysis or life cycle assessment. Then you need to come up with network of industrial systems where the byproduct coming from one industry becomes a starting material for another industry, so on and so forth. These networks and models are complex, and then you need to have techno-ecological networks. So technical networks essentially address only the issues of technological possibilities. You couple it with its impact on the ecology, and then you try to integrate that impact of ecology on these networks, and then that is the era of sustainability. The issue there is, as more and more inputs are given or more units are included in these models, the models become extremely complex, and because of the lack of data, the predictability becomes uncertain. So just to give you an example, if you look at a coal-fired steam power plant, this is a typical coal-fired steam power plant, and you need to address it in terms of exergy analysis, not the energy analysis. Exergy analysis. Exergy is the usable or useful part of the energy. Just to give you an example, if you are just going to use hot water for bathing purposes, then using electricity, which is the highest form of energy, for just using preparing a hot water, is a large destruction of exergy, because the highest form of energy is utilized for an application which is not really require that form of energy. Of course, the convenience is there. Of course, the ease is there, but we need to look at the sustainability. So when you look at the electric geyser, in terms of energy, it may be 97%, 98% efficient, but in terms of exergetic efficiency, it's not more than 5% efficient. What it means that 95% of this exergy is lost. And this exergy is the limiting source. Energy is not the limiting source. Exergy is the limiting source as far as the sustainability is concerned. So, and it represents the material energy balance. Everything has a different forms of exergy, chemical exergy, temperature exergy, energy exergy. When there is a gradient available, you can utilize that energy. If the gradient is not available, then the energy utilization is not possible. So there are physical exergy in terms of temperature variations, enthalpy. Then there are chemical exergies, and then there are thermal exergies, which I talked about. So you can utilize any of these driving forces, exergetic driving forces. So if you look at the same power plant and you can prepare a Grassmann diagram or a Sankey diagram, this is the energy from coal. The actual amount of energy which you get in the form of electricity is only 37%, and the balance 63% of the energy is getting wasted. Now that is not necessarily going to be sustainable. So we need to look at alternative means of generating electricity. This is what the exergetic efficiency tells you about. It also allows you to identify which are the areas where the exergy destruction is taking place and how these areas can be addressed. The simple way to look at things is use lesser of resources, fewer resources, simpler processes, which results into cleaner product and less of waste. If you just keep these simple strategies in mind, you are essentially addressing the issues of sustainability. Right? These are some of the examples which I have given. Need not worry about it. But one needs to look at it in a holistic manner. So when you look at these issues, you need to look at current is essentially people concentrate only on the packaging and fabrication. Then you include the distribution and support for your product. And then you are assessing the issue of only the sustainability of your enterprise. But you cannot assess the sustainability of enterprise mean industry, unless you include the life cycle analysis, you include the economy, you will include the ecology. The economy will work only if there are buyers for your product. If the people are not going to be there to buy your product, then of course you cannot sustain. And to be able to make the product, you need to have resources available. So you need to include the ecosystems as well. So you can look at the global sustainability, the life cycle, economic analysis, and ecosystem analysis are the issues which you need to include when you are addressing the issues of global sustainability. And as correctly pointed out, the system scope and complexity keeps on increasing as you include more and more circles into this. So if you use this life cycle assessment methodology, it tells you what is the starting material, that is what we call it as a cradle to grave approach. We need data at each stage of energy material balance and emissions, and we need to understand and use some popular and standard matrix by which different processes can be utilized. So people keep talking about whether the plastic is useful or plastic is good. Plastic is good or useful, or paper bag is better. If you look at the total energy consumption, water consumption in making a paper bag and the sustainability of that particular paper bag, compare it with the effective utilization of plastic and recycle of the plastic which is thrown and scattered, you will find that plastic bag is much more sustainable as compared to a paper bag. Because paper bag is destroying forest, you need to have paper. Of course, if you use recycled paper, it's better, but you need to have that as an integrated approach in your system. Now, these are similar analysis done for different types of fuels in terms of sustainability. But when you are looking at sustainability, people concentrate only on the economic sustainability. Economic sustainability can only be a short term, and that is why I was talking about a time scale difference. So you can run a factory, you can run an industry for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years very effectively. But if you want to keep running an industry for 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, then without the consideration of ecology, without the consideration of environment, you will not be in a position to sustain it. So you have natural resources, you have industrial processes. So you need to look into exergy, integrated consumption of exergy and eco-exergy. That means, one, it tells you how effectively your system is in terms of efficiency, so on and so forth. And efficiency might be very high, but if you are using resources which result into a significant destruction in exergy, ecologically, it is not going to be sustainable. Just to give you a simple comparison, that in terms of the total calorific value, this Twinkle or Cadbury or whatever you consider, 2 Cadburys is equal to 2 bananas. But can you replace bananas by 2 Cadburys every day? It is just not possible, because the quality of energy is equally important. So similar to, we say that we have lots of water available. Yes, indeed, a lot of water is available. But how much of that water is usable? How much of water is useful? And then we go and treat the water. And again, a treated water, which is essentially of potable quality. We use the same water for flushing of the toilets and then degrade that particular water. So energy and water, these are the two critical resources which we have to use in a manner in which the quality required meets the availability. You need not use extremely high quality energy for low quality applications, and similarly don't use extremely high quality water for low quality applications. If we are in a position to match that, then I think we are addressing the issues of sustainability very well. Again, you look at transportation fuels, you look at resource accounting. So if you consider the total incident energy, which is in the form of incident sun energy, you get a 10 to the power 5 reduction in the energy utilization possibility. 10 to the power 6 joules of megajoules of energy or joules of energy results into 10 joules of usable energy. That means you can imagine at every scale, you have a huge opportunity to exploit based on the understanding of physics, understanding of chemistry, understanding the biology, and integrate that in our industrial activity. And that is why concepts such as biomimicry, concepts such as natural production cycles, so on and so forth, are extremely important. So in addition to the returns on investment, you need to look at the energy return on investment or energetic return on investment. And what it tells it, you are making a product, how much energy is existing in the product, divided by the processing of the energy required to make that particular product. If this number is greater than 1 and you are still profitable, you are essentially addressing the issue of manufacturing in a sustainable manner. Now, this is what, if you do the similar kind of an analysis, you will find that these are the renewable percentage renewability with the quality corrected return on investment. You can imagine the quality corrected return on investment on gasoline, diesel very high, but they're extremely low renewable. Time scales are millions of years. If you recycle newsprint, very good returns as well as the renewability very high. Municipal solid waste is also an option. What it clearly indicates that option of using waste as one of the resources is going to be one of the key factors and criteria to address the issues of sustainability. So what it means is the work the way as nature does work in producing raw materials. So use waste raw materials, mimic the natural systems which does not waste any resources. It keeps on recycling, it keeps on reusing the resources, and that is how nature has been sustainable for such a long period. So we need to learn from nature, and that is what we need to understand. I'm going to skip through and maybe conclude in next 2-3 minutes or so. So technology is, of course, is the one which has allowed us to progress so far. And I'm sure next set of technologies is the one which is going to allow us to find new solutions. But the new solutions cannot be thought with the same level of thinking as it was done to develop this so-called progressive technology. Earlier, we used to have horses carrying buggies. Now there are cars which are carrying horses. I don't know what is going to be the next, but this is definitely not sustainable way of looking at things. So we need to look at the negative impacts. And all these, see, second law of thermodynamics tells me that if I am trying to bring out an order into a particular system, then naturally the disorder somewhere else is going to increase. So if I'm going to make a product, which is essentially an ordering of the materials from disordered state, then the disorder has to increase somewhere else. And this disorder manifests itself in terms of unexpected surprises, such as floods, flash floods, excessive rains. You can see how the rain pattern has changed over the years, and you may not be in a position to understand it immediately. Averaging out is different story, but experiencing it locally at that particular time scale is indeed difficult. So second law states that creating order in a system must result in a greater disorder in the surrounding. Disorder often appears as environmental impact. Business and technologies aim to create order must result in environmental impact, but to what extent? If environmental impact is inevitable, can any technology be green or clean? Can any technology lead to sustainability? Can the second law be violated? These are the questions which we need to answer ourselves. Are there any sustainable systems? I'm going to give you some examples and then probably conclude. So these are the ecological systems. We call it self-reinforcing resilient networks. So these are the networks which exist naturally. So we need to emulate and imitate these particular networks. So waste to food, value profits, of course, this is going to help. So these are the network of industrial systems, power plant, cement plant, concrete block. You add to that some more, you can have water coming out, carbon dioxide, you develop a forest ecosystem, you develop a wetland. So now you have a network of industrial ecosystems, starting from network of only industrial system. You can also add, but the systems keep on becoming more and more complex, and there are significant challenges in these network designs. You try to increase the efficiency with an aim of reducing the consumption. In fact, what happens is Jevons paradox is because of the ease of availability, more people use it. And in fact, if you try to improve the efficiency of equipments or instruments, you sometimes end up having higher usage of the resources, which is not desirable. And that is what Jevons paradox is all about. Right. So what about carbon taxes? These are all things which are debated about nationally. So these are the challenges which we need to look at. Transdisciplinary research and education are a must in all of this. The significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them, attributed to Albert Einstein. So this is the final slide. Yes, we can have a sustainable technologies, but not via current engineering paradigm. Must include the life cycle analysis, economic challenges, yes, but at the same time, environmental challenges also need to be looked at, integrated with social, cultural, and legal and political challenges, understand the root cause of this. And then I would like to acknowledge Professor Bhavik Bakshi, with whom I work, and thank you very much for allowing me to present this particular. Thank you. Any questions? I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni.
Thank you, sir, for your nice talk on ecosystem and environmental management, particularly about climate change and biodiversity loss and alarming situation in the various parts of India. Moreover, your exergy analysis and life cycle assessment was very interesting for the researcher, not only in the environmental science, but as you said, this is a transdisciplinary area. So this is a real motivation for all researchers like us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So let us move towards next speaker. So we have Dr. Ashok Divri, sir, with us. Title of his talk is Climate and Extremes, again related to environmental sciences. He is currently working as a director, Indian Institute of Geomagnetism, Mumbai, India. Earlier, he served as a professor in the School of Environmental Sciences and India Concurrent Faculty, School of Engineering, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Let me introduce in short, first of all. He did his graduation in 1989 in the physics and post-graduation in 1992 in the geophysics from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Later on, in 1994, he completed MPhil in the environmental sciences from JNU, New Delhi, and PhD in 2004 in the area of atmospheric sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. He served as a scientist in the 1994 to 2008 in the Defense Research and Development Organization, Chandigarh, India. As a researcher in 2012 to 2012 in the Hydrospheric Atmospheric Research Center, Nagoya University, Japan. He also served as a guest scientist, Meteorological Institute, University of Bonn, Germany. Then visiting academic in the 2014 in the Climate Research Unit, University of East Anglia, United Kingdom. His research areas are regional climate dynamics, change and variability, climate modeling and numerical modeling, statistical and dynamical downscaling of numerical model outputs, science of climate and climate change, extreme events and their physical understanding, Indian winter monsoon and western disturbances, snow and glacier physics, Himalaya climate interactions. So these are about his research area. There is a huge list of scientific honors. I will just mention few of them. He is a member of Board of Studies of the Department of Geophysics, Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Member of India International Center, New Delhi. Listed 59 in the India. This list is among, all over words among the top environmental scientists. Awarded with 2022 Gro Carl Gilbert Award for excellence in the geomorphological research. He is a committee member of School of Climate Change and Sustainability, Institute of Eminence, New Delhi. He is a fellow of National Academy Sciences, India, Prayagraj. He listed fourth in the list of top 2% scientists from the India in the climate sciences. Shiksha Ratna Award, he is a recipient of Shiksha Ratna Award, Dehradun. He is a council member of India Geophysical Union and Indian Meteorological Society. So this list is, there is a huge list. Okay, there are so many publications and book publications in this credit. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I have sent this slide. Can somebody project it? Right. And in fact, I would request you not to go into marathon run. Let's be sustainable in time as we are overrunning time. It's more so important.
Can I help you? Can I help
Yeah,
you to share the slide?
I have already sent my presentation. Please upload. So
You
I
have
had.
sent to me, sir? To whom you have sent, sir?
I have sent to Professor Majumdar and A.B. Pandit at ICT Mumbai EDU and ICS 2020, from where I got this accommodation invite, ICS 2020 mu.ac.in.
When did you send, sir? Just now?
Today morning.
Let me just send. Otherwise, can you just share it on Google Drive? I will just give you my mail ID maybe.
Yeah, you send me an email ID. I'll send on that. Right. Well, I heard two of the earlier speakers. Sustainability remains very key as far as the present context of.
One second, sir. In the chat box, just I am giving my mail ID, sir. Maybe you can share it.
apdimri@hotmail.com. apdimri@hotmail.com.
I just given my mail ID, sir.
Sorry.
You can share it instead of mailing it. You can share it, sir, so that it will be much faster.
Share it means on my screen now.
Google Drive. Google Drive. Yeah, you can. If you can share your screen also, I can help you. Not an issue.
Okay, I clicked on
It's not
share. Now share screen.
share screen. Then
Yes, share
click on
screen.
that image on the entire screen. Entire screen. Click on that image.
I don't have
In
that
the
option.
once you
I don't
click
have.
on share screen, you will. Once you
Yeah.
click on share screen, you will
Yes,
get that the entire
Yes.
screen.
Yes.
You click on that image, please.
Yes, I did that.
And in the bottom, you see the blue button share.
No, I don't see that blue button. That say go to system
Once you
preference.
click on that screen, only that blue button will come, sir.
No, it's not coming from me.
Did you click on that image, sir? Your desktop image is there in the entire screen.
I know that, but it's not happening. Entire screen I did, and then share is coming. I clicked on share.
Yeah.
Now Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. To fix it, go to system preferences.
So you are.
You send me your email ID
I
right
have sent
now.
it in the chat box, sir. I have sent it in the chat box.
Your email ID, okay.
Yeah, just before you are.
So I'm sending from my Hotmail account. So it is taking time. In the meantime, to save time, I'm going with my kind of understanding of the system. All of we know that we are talking of the sustainability, water, and various kind of. I have said it. Please help me, right? And in view of that, we are talking of the extremes. We
I got
know
it,
that.
sir. I got it.
Yeah. So you upload it. Please help me. I'll be grateful to you. How much we know for being sustainable? Climate change has become very popular notion for everybody is talking climate change, even if that's relevant or not. There are three kinds of people in climate change who work on climate change, who understand climate change, and who only speak in the climate change. The last one you see very oftenly coming in the media and these things, which has only pick up thick thread. And recently, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, came with a very good analysis that researchers who understand and work for climate change, 80% they don't come to media. So a social communication is another important part of the researchers, which people forget it. When I walk in the Punjab village for a biomass burning, they don't understand what we are talking. So there is another kind of a hit and HF has come up that we don't understand to communicate what we sustainability is needing. When I work in Ladakh, they do not know what we are talking of the elevation dependent warming. How much 6,000 meter when we climb, they thought we are hiking. We are hikers. We don't know working on the climate. Similarly, there is a very huge disconnect between social scientists and natural scientists. So we are all, both of these domain are working in very, very different kind of spheres. And then talking of the sustainability, very oftenly we see in the regions of all across India when I have seen that these are the things. Number 2 point, with the changing environmental forcings, as my previous speaker was talking, with the increased global warming, you see that there is a, I call it a dancing rain of Indian summer monsoon. It used to have a very set pattern. If we go back 3 decades, it used to enter from the southwest region and enter the Indian subcontinent, go to northeastern region of India, and then move northward propagation, northward propagation. It has a very defined, statistically significant onward propagation of monsoon. But now, if you see from last 2 to 3 decades, it is kind of westward moving, and it has a very huge implication over the western Rajasthan, Banaskanta, Badnagar. All these regions are getting flooded, and simultaneously, northeast Indian regions are getting drier. That is number one. Number two, many people who live in the eastern coast of India, they would see that the tropical cyclones are intruding up to Jharkhand, Bihar, And not only in shooting, the earlier super cyclone 1999, well talked about, it used to finish within the Orissa coast. Now they are going up to Bihar, Jharkhand, and based on that, they are not only going inside the mainland, they are having enough energy from the sustainability point of view. When you are talking energy, when you are talking, they have gaining energy, and the supply of these tropical cyclones are given up to the Jharkhand, and we are also getting corresponding huge amount of precipitation. So these are the few things we need to understand when we are talking of the sustainability forcing health extremes. And in view of this talk, I have just picked up few of my our research work from various researchers, and I have talked of the Himalayan region. Himalaya is a beautiful massive. If you look at and if you understand the geotectonic and a bit of the climate stuff, Himalaya is protruded roughly 55 million year when the continental plate hit each other. And anybody who moved to Himalaya, they can see the suture of this Eurasian plate and Indian plate somewhere towards Ladakh region, and in between the beautiful Jhelum is flowing, and you distinctly see one side continental Eurasian plate, another side is this. And based on that, the Himalaya protrudes outside the Earth, right? Tectonics plays a very important role. And please be reminded that Sivalik is not the tectonic mountain. 15 million or recent studies say 22 million years back monsoon started. What's summer monsoon? The Mumbai is getting. I moved to Mumbai from Delhi just 1.5 months back, and it's a lot of change for me. So the monsoon has started 22 million years back ago, and when this monsoon started hitting, started hitting the Himalaya, it started the scrapping of the sediment from the monsoon, and that sediment deposition is the foreland of the Himalaya that we call it the Sivalik. That is not tectonic mountain, that's sediment mountain. So based on this kind of dynamic, your flow, your pattern at different scale. My previous speaker was talking of the sun also. That's what the magnetism does in our Mumbai, Panvel. And that's where in the concept of integrated science, integrated social science, and integrated. Sorry, can you hear me?
It started in 2 minutes.
Yeah, perfectly fine. I'm on. Right. Yeah, just somebody has to pull time for me. Right. So the integrated social science, integrated research is very important, and particularly moving ahead to Himalaya, which is
Please go ahead. I'll start in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going on. You please take your time. Right. So when Himalaya, you say it has a very natural laboratory. You need not to create any laboratory. In IIT also I studied. It itself is a natural laboratory of all kind of research if possible, right from astronomy, astrophysics, geomorphology, earth, flood, sequencing, and how the tectonic plates evolve the geology and health and various many issues as far as the climate change, and they have sustained. Earlier, during 4 decades back, when I used to go there, they sustained with the mud houses because mud keeps it cold, warm, and warm cold. But in due course of time, when Ladakh started getting rain because of the economic development, concretization of the Ladakh, now it started forestation by various sectors of NGOs. Now it started getting rain. Now when it started getting rain, these mud houses, which was the fallacy, primarily the required need of the Ladakh cold, now they started getting melted off because of this rain, and because of that, now they have to change the. So now the sustainability understanding is very important. I am listening from very many years that sustainability goal. Now they have a million sustainability goal. How we are going to do it, and we are also worked with the biomass burning issue of the northwest Indian region where machines has come. Now the point is nobody is ready to take the waste for the purpose because you have to pay them even if the machine is working good, but the waste coming out of those machines, none of the people are going to take because economy is involved. So that is the few very complicated and intricate issues of our domain is happening as far as when we are looking from the science to sustainability. And science provides the facts, features, and the proposition to solve the problem. But now the point is for sustainability, is society is ready to those factuals for the sustainable point of view? that is a very large gap of communication and the science questions to be translated for the sustainability in the context what is needed in the present time. In case of Himalaya, you have a lot of uncertainty how you sustain. You don't have observation. If Indian agencies don't have a meteorological observation beyond roughly 2,000 meters. Even if they have one or two observations in that. And most of the, when you climb up, and it has also importantly, sustainability also importantly have a geopolitical forcing also in present global changes. So if you don't have a knowledge of permafrost, if you don't have a knowledge of cryosphere, if you don't have a knowledge of basic geomorphology, it is going to be very, very difficult for the purpose which we are talking of the sustainability. How you are going to provide information for even the civil suit or defense suit in the phase of the sustainability of the execution of the defense purposes. And when we climb up in the Himalaya, you don't have the changes which somebody is fixing it for me, right? Sir? I don't know. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Technical team, are you there?
Okay, fair enough. So I thought I'm only speaking alone and nobody is
No,
there.
no, sir. You are audible. Perfectly
Fair
audible.
enough. So please. So when we climb in the Himalaya, your changes in the vertical elevation is not very similar. When monsoon comes from down south, it hits the foothill of Himalayas, and there is a lot of fighting takes place on the orographic forcing, and your variability of precipitation in the foothill of Himalaya is much, much larger. But as it goes the climb up in the higher Himalayas or mid Himalayas, considerably, it has a kind of energy which takes it further on, and particularly when it able to reach at the highest Himalayan region of roughly 4,000 and 5,000 meters, we have much better kind of distribution of precipitation in particular. And when I'm talking precipitation, it is not the physics electron precipitation, which oftenly a higher atmosphere people talk of the precipitation. They call out electron as a precipitation. So now precipitation, I'm talking is the amount of water which is received at the sensor at the surface of the earth, wherever we have observatories. But what happens to atmospheric column? That's very important. Available precipitation moisture flux, we call it in meteorology, atmospheric sciences. All of us wash utensil at home, and there is a sponge we use to wash the utensil, right? Now that sponge is filled of water. It soaks the water, holds the water with the capacity. I'm not going in the much detailed physics, but in case of you pinch at one point, whole water drops from that side and water within the sponge travels. That's what is happening in the case of the present atmospheric holding capacity of water, and that's what we are having extreme. Now the problem is how we are going to predict this extreme, where this extreme precipitation is happening. In earlier case, from whole sponge, water used to spill over homogeneously all across the region. But it's not no more happening like that. So extreme means somewhere that energy is kind of playing deceptive role, and hence at one particular location we are having, and most of the climate, global, regional, or whatever models we call it based on the fundamental of physics equations are unable to capture the extremes, and that's why very oftenly you get this good seasonal prediction, but we have a problem of this dancing rain which pumps up north, south, here and there, and again comes back to Kerala or Mumbai in last 2-3 decades. And that's the biggest problem with most of the mathematical model when we are talking. And hence the concept from prediction has moved to the early warning system for sustainability. At least if extreme occurred, can we tell downstream habitat, downstream villages that there is a extreme disaster happened uphill or upstream, and hence you can be moved away, governance, accountability can be moved, and the point of the manifestation leading to the safety of the cattle, safety of the population. Now the point is that new dimension which we are working on, the early warning system. If you have an earthquake, tsunami, flash flood, cloud burst, which cannot be predicted in some kind of mathematical model in a certain manner. We do a lot of hindcast study, but if this prediction is not there in time, then at least the occurrence of these events, which are all energy-driven system, of course at different scale, time or and space scale, can we talk of the factuals which can tell us the early warning system, and we can tell 24 hours in advance, 48 hours in advance, 72 hours in advance. So that kind of science has started evolving. And in case of the geomagnetism, we saw that this, at least for earthquake case, we found that there is a signature in the ionosphere. Those signatures we have captured, and we have given in time forecast for earthquake prediction at certain region of this, and particularly tsunami also. But flash flood in the Himalaya in particular, it's very, very difficult. You are seeing nowadays vagaries of climate change. People are calling everywhere in the Himalayan region. We have lots of floods are coming. Untimely floods are coming, right? Earlier, the timing of flooding was comparatively more known to most of the people, to the agencies, governance. But now the flooding is very, very peculiar. And one of the flooding, if you would like to know, is the 2010 flooding in Ladakh. Even in Mumbai, we did a 2005 heavy deluge of the extreme, where all this the airport were filled with the water. And these kind of events is very, very peculiar. And we need to understand first their physics and dynamics before talking of the sustainability. Until unless we do not know the sustainability of the dynamics of the availability of water per se, availability of the stores, natural resources per se, and hence we will be having very deceptive model of providing the sustainability quotient in the case of the natural resources available for the usage. And if you look at this simulation of these models, particularly when we are when we try to process these natural environment in some mathematical models, we have certain kind of deviation from the equation in particular. Very oftenly people laugh of India Meteorological Department's forecast. But now I tell you the reason. We have a very convection is very, very prominent in this region of tropics, right? Convection driven forcing for Indian summer monsoon is very, very difficult. Right? We do not know when convection will trigger the instability in the free atmosphere, and where the perturbation of that scale will lead to the enhancement of the disturbance in the forcings. Whereas if you go the extratropical region, UK, America, or all these extratropical regions, your forecast is very, very good, because they are not working on the convective regions. They are primarily on the frontal based region, where the air mass is driven, and the prediction and capture of the equations of these air mass, frontal air mass, is much, much easier for the purpose of these in the extratropical regions. But even you have a good models for extratropical region, you see the heat waves are not predicted very well there. And the role of solar forcing is still debatable. I was trying to discuss how is there any storm. Somebody has made a statement that the storm has made the heat wave coming there, but we found that solar storm doesn't have any forcing of the heat wave occurring over the Indian region or subcontinental region, because they had some kind of
दूसरा मेल आईडी से ही लॉगिन करना पड़ेगा मैडम. मैं उनको उस दिन भी बोला अपने बेटे के आईडी से.
Excuse me.
मैडम मैं कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता. मैं कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता. मेरे को जो इंस्ट्रक्शन मिला उसके हिसाब से मैंने.
Sorry to interrupt. Technical team, please take care.
उनकी दूसरी मेल आईडी अपने बेटे की मेल आईडी से वो लॉगिन करेंगे तो हो गया. उस दिन तो आए भी थे, वो बात भी किए. वो आदित्य बांगे की मेल आईडी से. हाँ उसको.
Technical team, are you there?
I request to mute yourself.
Yeah, please mute yourself. Who is speaking?
Yeah, this is the exact problem of sustainability. You know, the crisis of sustainability. We did. Sir was telling just before me, Professor Pandit was telling that the beautiful Dhauladhar range is seen from Himalaya, from Delhi. Yes, we did a very beautiful study in that. In COVID Corona time, we took it came in the scientific report Nature, and we found that there's a perfect balance. When there was nothing was running, we found the atmosphere was so clean. We found this particular matter provided the comprehensive study over this region, and we found that this clean atmosphere is very clean. So that's what is the matter of debate, most probably in different kind of a scale, that how can we remain sustainable in the context of various industrialization, pollution, vehicle pollution, and so on and so forth. Because I worked a lot of in the physics and atmospheric physics other interactions, we found that this is the sustainability issue. At times we don't succeed also, particularly fixing the problem. And this is the perfect model that we have to look at the complexities of the sustainability, if it's happening or not. Extremes are particularly troubling the atmospheric researchers, not maybe other domain also. Mean field mechanisms are well defined, but when we are coming to extreme, we are finding that it is a kind of a very difficult to capture it, and none of the mathematical model are able to capture in the extreme. Though we theoretically understand the process of extremes in the context of understanding as far as subject is understanding, but when we are trying to simulate it and look it for prediction purposes, we find that extreme events are very tricky, number one. And that's what the pose the problem of forcing of the sustainability particularly, and the only option is left that at least we have a secondary kind of forcing under which we can talk of the early warning system, as I told, or early prediction system, or kind of a secondary signatures where we are talking. In all the mathematical models, in all the physics equation, we actually parameterize the equation, we truncate certain solutions. When we are trying to solve this in physics and mathematical context, we truncate and parameterize, hence the higher order of terms under which these higher extremes fall. That's why most of the extreme solutions are not possible as far as the climate change and extremes are concerned. Be it Mumbai deluge of 2005, Ladakh 2010, Kedarnath 2013, all the extremes in case of Rajasthan, Banaskantha, these floods which are coming, Uttarakhand flood, even the Brahmaputra floods. So the point is how the different subjects domain are interacting in the fluxes or coupling of the atmosphere to the land use surface fluxes and the vertical atmosphere fluxes. The integrated coupling in the mass flux form is very difficult when we are talking of this. And then you have another mass flux of the population and their need for based on that agriculture based on, which is a slow moving term when you are talking of the crop. And then when you are talking of the extreme, one hailstone, very small event, extreme event, spoils whole sugar cane in the western UP. So sugar cane is a kind of a seasonal event. Even if your seasonal forecast is good, monsoon prediction is good, which is at seasonal scale, but one small convective initiation perturbation leading to enhance up to the hailstone formation will extremely devastate the whole crop. Now, what do we do it for such kind of proposition? Because India is similarly, you go Akola region, you have we saw that cotton crop. Hisar, we saw a cotton crop slightly sipped in rain-fed region, drying of this whole crop is growing and going also. So these are the very critical issue when we are talking of the extreme over these regions. And these extremes are very tricky when we are talking of the vertical flux exchanges because of the increased global warming. Global warming, as of now, there are two thoughts of global warming. Let me share with you. One is the very conventional thought of global warming, yes, which is in the paleo scale. We call it a natural variability of Earth. Earth was warmer, Earth was colder, there was a little ice age. We have a younger dryas grown up to the 30-degree north. Older dryas, beautiful flowers has come. 1853, our Thames River was frozen in the UK. You have a smog, which is frozen 1952 over this. So Earth has its natural variable. This is a middle warming period. There's a lot of warming period, and beautifully somewhere in the Sarmista Lake in Badnagar region, we found the litholog, and based on litholog, we went back 2000 years back, and we found that most of the invasions done in India during the historical period were the periods where the Central Asian region, Chinese region were dry, and there was a deficit of crop, and because of the food, they came over this region. That time monsoon was better, and we found that crop was good. So this is the model of sustainability, that invasions are also kind of made because they are in paucity of food, grain at that particular regions, and they look for the regions for where they can get good amount of grains. And that's where is the very beautiful kind of corollary when you look from the nature's evolution at the larger paleoclimatic scale and at a shorter time scale, that what's happening. If one monsoon is deficit, we find like in the eastern Uttar Pradesh this year monsoon is going to be kindly a deficit, it's dry. So the crop will have a larger forcing. If crop have a forcing, the habitat and population will have more forcing to depend on these kind of issue. And when we climb up in the Himalayan region, or from right from the Indian down south point till north, we find that there is a change of the distribution of temperature. Global warming is not absolutely similar. It is changing, and particularly in case of monsoon time, your temperature rise is not that rapid because moisture holds the temperature to cool down. It doesn't let the temperature run independently. But if you look at the winter time, you have a lot of temperature rise happening in December, January, February, and North Indian region temperature variability is much higher. Delhi we get 0 degrees centigrade till roughly 40 degrees centigrade, whereas in the southern Indian region roughly minimum and maximum vary 20 to 30 degrees. So variability is comparatively lesser, whereas northern Indian region variability is much higher. So then variability is much higher. We have much forcing for change of global warming, and accordingly when we are talking of the global warming, higher elevations are drying. So my previous speaker also commented about water availability. Now Himalaya is a water recharge. It's a huge recharge as of now in the form of cryosphere, glacier, permafrost, and so on and so forth. So how long this water is going to sustain? If warming happening, definitely these will start melting off. We have a region of the Arctic, it's melting off. We have a Antarctic fringes are melting, but because of the gyration, only thickening is happening at the center. That's the published research. So we found that the Himalayan region that next 30 to 40 years or 5 decades, there will be doubling of the discharge in the North Indian rivers, right? But after that, this discharge will also be declining because the supplement from the higher elevation where the reservoir is there, it's going to be drying and drying because of the global warming. And the elevation dependent warming when we climb up in the Himalaya is also not similar. Higher elevations warming rate is more than the lower elevation. So the atmospheric column temperature, vertical temperature profile will be reversing. It's up to certain manner within the troposphere. I'm talking troposphere. When I say atmosphere in atmospheric science, we say troposphere, which is roughly 12 to 15 kilometer elevation from surface, where most of the climate dynamics happens, right? So if that happens, your vertical column temperature gradient will be differing. If that happens, it will definitely impact the water holding capacity in the atmosphere. It will definitely impact the pollutant, what we are talking, and the gaseous forcing also it will impact because of the continuous emissions. And if we are really thinking of net zero emissions, we have to work much harder to control these emissions. And then what's happening? And then there is a social economic pathways under which we also talk of the model forcing up to 2100, and now we are talking much further at global scale, regional scale, and local scale. How these factuals, how these changes will occur in the future. And very interestingly, I will let you know 2 interesting facts that northeast of Indian region will be comparatively devoid of the monsoon precipitation because monsoon is becoming more energetic. You have more warming of the SST warming. Our continent is covered by the Arabian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, and Indian Ocean. So SST temperatures is getting warmed up. So the circulation which used to come on earlier decade, it is kind of having more energetics, and the residence time, what it used to have at overturning of the northeast Silang plateau, it's less because it itself is energetic. So it quickly turns and moves towards the foothills of Himalayas. So northeast region in future is likely to be having dry monsoon, and the western region of the Indian subcontinent will have a more wet monsoon, and we are kind of giving a theory yet to be ascertained that regreening of Thar, likely that desert, it will no more be a desert in coming decades or at least a century. It will be gaining now more greenery. So now the point again I'm linking to the today's core of discussion of the sustainability. The livelihood of the present Western Indian region is tuned to the dry atmosphere. So if there is a more moisture is coming, there is a more kind of a greenery is happening. So what kind of changes the society is going to bring in, that need to be seen. Number second point, you very oftenly can heard of Karakoram anomaly. The Karakoram, I am lucky I could have a chance to go to the last village, and I could sense that because I work on the glacier and higher Himalayas. The Karakoram is, that's if, let me explain very briefly that there is certain thought that Karakoram region glaciers are growing. If not growing, they are stable. And it was very inquisitive why it's happening. Everywhere there is a glaciers depleting. And for us also, it is a question that if everywhere this melting is happening, what kind of region the Karakoram is kind of growing still. And we looked at that. Karakoram is sitting itself at so higher elevations where the in atmospheric science we say the cloud base is a lifting condensation level, right? Well, where the vertical atmosphere, your air parcel condenses. That's the cloud base, we call it, right? So the Karakoram itself is sitting at the cloud base. So whatever the moisture in any form getting generated either in the summertime or in the winter time because of the western disturbances, all the moisture is dumped over the Karakoram. So that is the reason that Karakoram is growing. It's very anomalous. It's a geographical and geomorphological position is very, very anomalous over this region. Second important point when we are talking of Upper Indus Basin, these are the hottest spot declared by the world over that these are the very, very vulnerable regions all across the world. If change is happen, these regions will have more impact of changes over this region, right? So Karakoram, we saw that some portion of, Indus, some portion is within our country and the other portion is in the adjacent Pakistan region. We found that in coming time, upper riparian of the Indus Basin is going to be more wet. So monsoon is going there up that north, which is drier nowadays. Ladakh is drier nowadays. So monsoon can intrude that up over this region. And because of that, you will get more amount of moisture over this region. Whereas the lower riparian of the Indus Basin is going to be drier and drier. So these are the few facts if the regional climate is happening. Interestingly, I'll touch upon the extremes very briefly. I think I have almost touching on my time, my end of my time. The extremes has increased roughly, extreme when we call it in atmospheric science, it's a 200 millimeter per day. You might have heard of the cloud burst and all those events over these regions. So that's what we call it, that extreme has increased in roughly 20 years period. We found that almost 2% increase in extremes are happening. And reason of extremes increase is primarily because they are getting the energy for their build-up to remain and consistent for a longer period of time, and they build up for that purpose. And hence, you are having extreme events happening again and again in this time. Now, the capture of this bullseye precipitation at one place higher amount and adjacent you are drier, it's kind of becoming very, very difficult. And there are theories that there is a role of the cities, growing cities also in determining and defining these regional scale or sub-regional scale monsoonal flow or these extreme events. Like in particular, people who are living in Delhi or who have lived in Delhi, they must understand that the winter fog primarily is because of the high skyscraper, because they have stopped the surface wind. Surface wind has stopped blowing because of the concrete building, and by virtue of the intermixing of the fog, event is almost missing at that level. So when there is no intermixing is happening, fog is staying for longer time, and of course there is another pollutant which is helping it to grow, and that is the very, very imminent of reason for the fog to remain longer in the northern Indian region, because there is a lot of construction has come up, surface wind has gone down almost negligible, and fog is not going down, so visibility is becoming poorer. Similarly, there is a rain, a lot of concrete islands are developed because of the construction. Because of the concreting island, we found that there is a kind of accident happening. So there is a kind of a fight between these issues of what people need and what we are providing them, and what the research is bringing to this at the societal level. So these are the few thoughts I wanted to share, and my apologies that my slides could not function well. And in fact, I am not in Mumbai. I arrived here in GNU for some other work, and that's my apologies. And I thank you, Professor Mujumdar, for inviting me for this talk. And I'll be happy to take some question if at any. Thank you very much.
Apologies from our side also, but unfortunately, file which you have sent, it is hanging. It has
It's
got
okay.
corrupted. So that's why we couldn't play it. Apologies for that.
Okay, with your permission, may I have one small question, sir?
Sir, yes, sir, please, sir.
Because of Taloja MIDC in New Mumbai,
yes.
So people are facing so many problems as far as water pollution and air pollution is concerned.
Yes.
So my question is, what kind of precautionary measures need to be taken so that industry, industrial area and residential area, they can live together peacefully?
Mumbai is a very different geographical region. It's a very along the coast, number one. And because being at the coast, there is a lot of damping available in the free atmosphere. So mixing is slowed down a lot. So whenever there's a polluted emission is coming over this region compared to the drier region than as Delhi or any other region, you have a more residence time of pollutant over the region. So this it will not go away. Maybe it's a water or maybe it's a air pollution. So now the issue is there should be some social economic zone. Already there is a government policy for that industries to be moved away from that, and simultaneously there need for at least water to be treated. Already water we have done with TIFAC we have done a very extensive analysis. It is submitted to government through DST. We have done all washroom water, how to use the bathing water, how to use the flush water, how to use the black water, grey water. All these are given to them. And in case of Mumbai in particular, because there is a saline water mixing is very often. So those kind of treatment concept needs to be bring at the execution level in the government of the local Brand Palika or whatever you want to say. So that is important for Mumbai. That's my kind of understanding. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you, Professor Dimri, for your wonderful talk on climate change and extremes, particularly the global warming. You also mentioned about the mathematical models. So being an applied mathematician, I would like to listen about more about the mathematical models and in this particular area as a climate change. So I hope some another day I would get opportunity to listen you about the mathematical aspects of in the environmental sciences. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So this is we are at the concluding stage of this first session. So again, on the behalf of Mumbai University, I express my sincere gratitude towards all eminent speakers. Firstly, Dr. Mukund Chorgade sir, then Professor Ramgopal Rao sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Aniruddha Pandit sir, and of course our speaker Professor A.P. Dimri sir. So I express my sincere gratitude towards all eminent speakers, and I declare this particular session is over here, and next session will be start within 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I also thank Dr. Vinay Kulkarni sir for chairing the session and helping in making this session very successful. So thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you so much.
So the guest of next session may please stay ahead so that the next coordinator will come and take the chair, please. The next coordinator will come and take the chair, please. Next coordinator will come and take the chair. If anybody is using desktop mic and the speaker, please mute it, sir. because the echo will come. Who is using desktop speaker, please mute it. Echo is happening here. I think Govind Prasad ji, your speaker is on. You need to either put a headphone or switch off your speaker. Otherwise, we'll have a echo in the streaming. Once your speaker is switched off, maybe you can unmute your mic and talk.
Good morning, sir. Only 2 minutes. Garje sir is logging. There is some problem at his end.
Nagre sir, I'm in now.
Good morning to all. We will start second session on plenary talk. This session will chair by Professor Garje. Professor Garje is head and professor at Department of Chemistry, University of Mumbai. In addition to, Sir is Associate Dean of Science and Technology, University of Mumbai. Sir has done his post-graduation and doctoral degree at University of Mumbai and postdoctoral research at University of Manchester. Sir has more than 70 peer-reviewed research publications in a reputed international journal. Sir, kindly go ahead.
Okay.
Garje
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Nagre, for your kind words. Yes, yes. Am I audible? Sir, आवाज
Yes,
येते
sir.
का?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
येतोय sir, येतोय.
Yeah. So,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Oh, येतोय sir, येतोय. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Oh, येतोय sir.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. I need to mute Mr. Govind Prasad ji because his speaker
yeah, yeah.
is creating echo. His speaker is creating echo. I would request either switch off your speaker or use your headphone mic. Please try to cooperate.
Okay, thank you, technical team. Thanks, Professor Nagre, for your kind words. So, in this particular session, we are going to have three talks by eminent speakers. And first speaker is Professor Bange from ICT Mumbai. So, Professor Bange obtained his doctoral degree from ENCL Pune, a reputed research institute, in 1995. And thereafter, he spent several years at Tohoku University and Hokkaido University, Japan, on various positions. Subsequently, he joined Institute of Chemical Technology as a professor of Industrial and Engineering Chemistry in 2003.
Subsequently, he joined the Institute of Chemical Technology as a professor of industrial and
Uh,
engineering chemistry.
May I request other eminent speakers and the participants to kindly mute so that there will not be echo. He was the Dean
Sir,
of
sorry to
Infrastructure
interrupt
and
again.
Campus
Sorry to
Development.
interrupt again. Mr. Govind Prasad has to use his headphone
Yeah.
because he is not able to listen to others. That is why he's again and again like he's switching off his speaker. But no, if it is creating an echo, there is no problem with other speakers. Only with Mr. Govind Prasad, it is creating the problem.
Kotel sir, kindly use the microphone
And
or
even when he logs in after that also at that time we'll face this problem. So he has to better come with the headphone.
yeah.
Right now I have muted him.
So okay. So at present, Professor Bangi is the head of the Department of Chemistry at ICT. Professor Bangi has contributed a lot in the area of catalysis for particularly activation of small molecules like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen for various reactions. He also has developed novel strategies for various reactions like Hake, Suzuki, Sonogasira coupling reactions, and so on. And particularly for the carbonative formation, hydroformylation, aminocarbonylation, and so on. So there are many research areas in which he is interested in. Uh,
Aminocarbonate and so
yeah.
on. There are many
Sir,
areas
There
in
lot
which
of
he
echo is
is
coming.
interested in.
There's a lot of echo.
yeah.
Aminocarbonate and so on. There are many areas
There's lot of echo is
गोविंद
coming.
प्रसाद जी इको आपकी तरफ से ही आ रहा है प्लीज यू
नहीं
नीड
मेरा
टू
को
म्यूट
नहीं मैंने म्यूट किया हुआ है.
मैंने सर म्यूटेड नहीं है सर आपका स्पीकर से ही आ रहा है प्लीज कैन एनी ऑफ द
अभी
कंट्रोलर
ठीक है.
कॉल
So
हिम
sir
एंड
has
एक्सप्लेन
published.
व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम Nagaraj sir, can you please call him independently and then explain him what is the problem? He is switching off his speaker and he is trying to talk. Okay, so it will create an echo. He will not be able to give his speech. Please explain him one to one.
Okay, so Bange sir has published more than 455 research papers in various international journals and 30 book chapters, 34 patents, and so on. His H index is 64, ITIN index 337. He has guided more than 52 students, doctoral students, and at present 15 students are working with him. Sir is fellow of Indian Chemical Society, Royal Society of Chemistry, Biotech Research Society of India, and Maharashtra Academy of Sciences. So, with this brief introduction, the title of talk of Sir is Sustainability Using Biomass Derived Platform Molecules to Various Value-Added Products. So, with these words, now I welcome Sir and request him to kindly deliver the talk. So, Bange Sir, over to you.
So I'm audible?
Yeah, yeah. Little louder, please. I mean, you can increase the.
Whether I'm audible now? Is it
Yes.
okay?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So thank you, Professor Garje, for kind introduction. Today I will talk on how we can achieve sustainability using biomass-derived platform molecules. So from biomass, how we can prepare various value-added products. At ICT, we are working on various areas in the area of catalysis, particularly homogeneous catalysis, then catalyst product separation, carbon-carbon coupling reaction. Also, carbon dioxide utilization, carbon monoxide fixation, biocatalysis. We are working in various areas, and one of the area is biomass. So today my talk is focused on how biomass can be used for the sustainability. As you know, biomass is available in various forms. First, we have to convert biomass into lignocellulosic biomass, and from that we can prepare cellulose and hemicellulose, and from also we can prepare lignin, and from cellulose and hemicellulose we can prepare biofuels using catalysis. Also, we can do dehydration to prepare furfural, which is also biofuels and biochemicals. By fermentation route, we can prepare alcohol, very much well-established techniques for preparation of alcohol from cellulosic biomass. Lignin can be converted via chemical conversion into various value-added chemicals like phenols, aromatic, dibasic acid. So point which I would like to stress is that instead of depending on the fossil fuel, we can consider biomass as a source of different chemicals, and we can say that just from biomass such a broad spectrum of chemicals including fuel is possible. So let us go one by one how each source of biomass we can use for different types of products. For example, lignocellulosic biomass, we can, as I told you, goes to the cellulose. And cellulose, if you do the hydrolysis, you can get the glucose, and from glucose, you can get various carbon chain length based chemicals. For example, glucose can be converted to methane, formic acid, CO2, COH2, ethanol, acetic acid, glycolaldehyde, lactic acid, glyceraldehyde, pyruvalaldehyde, hydroxyacetone, malic acid, C1 to C6, sorbitol, fructose, mannitol, 5-HMF. So all broad range of carbon chain lengths, we can convert that glucose to different types of chemicals. As I mentioned earlier, we used to get hemicellulose. So hemicellulose also can be converted via hydrolysis to xylose, and xylose via hydrogenation, you can convert different types of chemicals like gamma valorolactone, tetrahydroperfural, pentanoic acid, pentanol. And lignin, which is another source, typically when you get the biomass, we can convert that into 30% into each of all these constituents. So lignin, then CO cleavage, we can get phenols, its monomer, and hydrogenation, we can get alcohols or hydrocarbons. And as I mentioned earlier, we can get 5-HMF. So this is the structure of 5-HMF. We can see that one side there is an aldehyde group and one side hydroxyl group. So this is possible to prepare hydroxymethyl perfumol from carbohydrate, then glucose like fructose, glucose, sucrose, cellulose, insulin, and they can be converted to hydroxymethyl perfurols. And this can be a platform molecule to prepare many types of other chemical molecules like DFF. So you can oxidize both the arms of this particular molecule and you get the such type of ester or such type of aldehyde or acid. Now this can be used in the biopolymer preparation because both side condensable units are there. So this has lots of potential to prepare biomass derived biopolymer. Also, you can prepare 5-hydroxy-4-ketopentanoic acid, another valuable chemical. Next platform molecule from 4-hydroxy methyl perfurol is levulinic acid, and this is well standardized procedure to prepare levulinic acid from biomass. And I will also later give you idea how levulinic acid can be converted to many other molecules. So we are unfolding each one chemical, how we can prepare from such type of different molecule. For example, now here 2,5-bis hydroxymethyl furan is possible. So here we have seen that 2 carboxylic acid we can have at the end, or aldehyde group you can have at the end. Same way here you will have hydroxyl group at the end. So again, this can be used in the polymerization. Then 2,5-dimethylfuran or DMF can be used as a solvent in chemical industry. So we can see lots of potential for HMF, for furan and its derivatives in the chemical industry based on the biomass. Also, I think slides are not changing.
Yes, sir. Yeah, now they are changing.
Okay, so just now I discussed about the furan and its derivative. So this is those molecules. Here you can prepare the biopolymer using carboxylic acid group here, or alcohol group here. You can prepare the biopolymer. And this is that levulinic acid, which is a platform molecule. And this is DMF, another solvent which can be prepared from biomass. Now cellulose as such, how we can convert into 5-methyl furan, hydroxyfuran, that is this one. How we can prepare that? You can take cellulose, you can do the hydrolysis of cellulose, you will produce glucopyranols like this, and you can isomerize that, and after isomerization again you cyclize that to get fructofuranols, and dehydration of fructofuranols will give you 5-HMF, and that was that platform molecule here. And once you prepare 5-HMF, let us, this part I had already discussed how we can get the carboxylic acid groups and there. After oxidation, you get the carboxylic acid group, dicarboxylic acid group. Then HMF after hydrogenation can be converted to 2,5-BHF and also 2,5-DMF, and this is similar way. So both of these can be used as a solvent in chemical industry. Now, I had mentioned to you 5-HMF can be converted to another platform molecule, that is levulinic acid. So protocols for preparation of levulinic acids are already standardized, and levulinic acid can be converted to another important molecule, that is gamma varolactone or GVL. Otherwise, we are getting it from petrochemical sources, but now using this technique, we can get it from biomass. Also, levulinic acid esters can be formed. These esters finds lots of application in flavor and perfumery industry. You can also hydrogenate the levulinic acid, both the groups, to get the 1,4-pentane-diol. Again, it's a diol, so it can be used in a polymerization industry. You can cyclize that to get such furans, and that can be used as a solvent in many industries. So, coming to the next point, perfural, which we can get, you can see so many molecules you can synthesize using various transformations from the biomass. And of course, catalysis plays a significant role there. Different types of catalyst you can use and prepare many molecules. So important one which I'd like to highlight is this diol. Again, this is currently we are getting it from petrochemical sources, but we can also get it from biomass, and this is used in polymerization industry. So different types of polymer building blocks are possible from this molecule, or these molecules can be used in the solvent industry wherein cyclization is there. Then coming to the next point, that is C6 analogs, how we can prepare from cellulose. If you do the acid hydrolysis of cellulose, you will get D-glucose. This is the structure of D-glucose, and D-glucose can be converted to another type of glucose, that is D-sorbitol or D-mannitol. Again, having applications in pharmaceutical industry, it can be a good sugar substitutes. Also, hemicellulose after acid hydrolysis can be converted to D-mannose or mannitol. So, such type of C6 molecules also you can prepare from glucose or cellulose, which we are getting from biomass. So, sustainability aspect can be used in case of biomass-based chemical products. Next chemical, which is a commercially important chemical from biomass, is succinic acid. And succinic acid can be synthesized from fermentable sugars. So if you take fermentable sugars, you can get the succinic acid, and once you get the acid, you can also convert them into ester or 2-methyl pyrrolidone, another important solvent, or gamma butyrylactone or GBL, THF, 1,4-butanediol. So many chemicals again possible from the succinic acid. So various routes are possible if you have biomass derived functional molecules. Next, lots of work has already been being carried out using lactic acid, because lactic acid you can get it from biomass very easily, and you can do the decarboxylation to produce acetaldehyde. Otherwise, it is produced from petrochemical industry. You can produce acrylic acid esters, or you can prepare polylactic acid, another important biopolymer. At present, you can very easily produce polylactic acid biopolymer on larger scale using lactic acid. However, this process is competing with the petrochemical processes, and at this stage, it is not commercially feasible. But if petrochemical prices goes on rising, probably the feasibility may appear for such type of biopolymer based products. So lactic acid can be converted to polylactic acid. You can have propionic acid, pyruvic acid. Again, plenty of molecules are possible from biomass. Then lignin, as you know, it's a biopolymer, and you can do the depolymerization of lignin to prepare different types of molecule. For example, if you do thermolysis, you can get acetylene, ethylene. If you do the pyrolysis, you can get the acetic acid, CO, phenols, methane. Let me tell you, these first two protocols at this stage, at the research lab scale, they have not been commercialized, but people are working to get these molecules using lignin depolymerization. You can do the hydrogenation to phenols and cresols. Alkali treatment give you the phenolic acids. Then you can do the oxidation to vanillin, enzymatic oxidation. So again, lignin is one of the important components which can give you plenty of different molecules using biomass. From glycol, which is obtained from biomass, you can convert that into catechol, phenol, benzene, cyclohexane. So many petrochemical-based products, we can have substitution from biomass-based products using these techniques. So we are working in this area, and we have developed several protocols, which I have just now told you, using our own catalysis. So our approach was, we used to take biomass fractionation, we do the solid acid catalysis and convert these into various fuels and chemicals. So I would like to focus on our own work in this area. So we have done hydrogenolysis of biomass derived 5-hydroxymethyl perfurol, which I showed you in the initial stage. So we can produce 2,5-dimethyl perfurol, and we have developed a catalyst for this that is based on the ruthenium zirconia MCM41. So this is HMF. You can convert that into DMF. Previous reports for these methods were expensive catalytic system, required very high temperature and longer reaction time, very low yield, high pressure, and leaching was the problem. So in our methodology, which we have developed, we have used inexpensive catalytic system, works at low temperature, shorter reaction time, high yield, and lower pressure. And the product which we are getting, that is 2,5-dimethyl furon, is transportation fluid because it has very high octane number, and also it has very good boiling point or lower oxygen content and very high calorific value, so it can be a good fuel substitute. The reaction is not simple, which I showed you earlier, because there are many possibilities exist of different byproducts. So we have to develop a catalyst which can selectively give you DMF. Look at the different pathways. HMF can be converted to 5-methyl furfuron, 2,5-bis hydroxymethyl furon. Then you can do the hydrogenation. You will get 5-methyl furfuryl alcohol, and after hydrogenation, you will get the DMF. And of course, you can do further hydrogenation to 2,5-dimethyl tetrahydrofuron. So we have developed a catalyst based on the ruthenium support and which gives very good selectivity towards DMF. As a next phase, I told you the levulinic acid. So this work was published in Journal of Catalysis. Levulinic acid we have converted to pyrrolidones. Again, very important molecules. Levulinic acid cyclization. So using this catalyst, that is via ruthenium catalyst, and you can convert that into cyclized product, that is pyrrolidones. The previous report again were not so good catalytic systems were available. They need high temperature, longer reaction time, lower yield. Again, our catalyst is very inexpensive, low temperature, shorter reaction time, and give very high yield. The application of this pyrrolidone product is they are value-added chemical products and they are used as solvent, chelating agents, surfactants, intermediates for the ink, agrochemical components, transdermal patches, fiber, pharmaceutical formulations, and material industries. So these products has industrial applications. So you can see the reaction which we have done, levulinic acid and benzylamine, and you can do the cyclization and this amine is get cyclized here. So our goal is to develop a good catalyst which can give you the conversion. So we have screened many catalysts. We can see that ruthenium catalyst was most impressive, giving 93% yield at 15 bar pressure, 5 hours and 130 degrees centigrade temperature. And you can see so many molecules which we have prepared from levulinic acid. This is biomass derived levulinic acid, and we can convert into variety of chemicals. You can also do one-pot synthesis. So as you know, levulinic acid can be prepared from biomass waste or fructose glucose. So you can do the acid treatment, prepare the levulinic acid, and prepare such molecules in situ. So that is also possible. Then we have prepared this molecule and we have done another study. In this case, we have taken such molecule and cyclized this using benzylamine, and you can see that N-substituted isoindinones can be possible from formyl benzoic acid. So same catalyst can be used for such type of transformation. So this is another conclusion that we have developed ruthenium-based product. Garje sir, tell me before 5 minutes, sir. I have sufficient time.
Yes, yes.
Now, we have prepared here different transformation. For example, we have taken biomass. Then biomass was converted into fructose glucose, and fructose glucose can be converted to 2,5-diformylfuran. This is the structure of 2,5-diformylfuran. It can be converted via HMF, or you can directly convert fructose into DFF. So this work was published in NJC in 2020. So again, our catalyst is oxidant free. We don't need any oxidant. Previous catalyst needs hazardous oxidant. So we have eliminated that. We got shorter reaction time and very high yield. The application of this DFA product is a platform chemical which can be synthesized for precursor for preparation of furanic polymers, liquid fuel, antifungal agent. It is also heterocyclic ligand. So many more applications are there. Again, fructose to directly DFF is also possible, and we have developed a methodology for this, and it gives this conversion in a very good yield. So you can see that different types of sugars we have taken: glucose, sucrose, insulin, raffinose, maltose, starch, and we have converted that into DFF. Although you may say that 60-70%, but earlier yields were too low. We have achieved this level, which is also a much better results as compared to the previous literature. So this is the ruthenium catalyst developed for DEE. Next phase, we have developed a method using cobalt aluminum hydrotoluene. Biomass can be converted to directly to 2,5-diformylfuran. We have seen this molecule in earlier slides, so you can also do this transformation using cobalt aluminum catalyst. And DFF is a best promising platform molecule because it is again a precursor for Furani polymer, liquid fuel, antifungal agents, and so many other applications. So from fructose, you can prepare DFF using cobalt catalyst. So that catalyst also we have developed. Then very interesting part which we have developed, from levulinic acid, we have prepared optically pure gamma valorolactone. So you can see that we have synthesized here chiral compound using levulinic acid. And for that purpose, we have used chiral ligand like ruthenium, THDPN, and biomass to levulinic acid and ruthenium THDPN. You can have uh, transfer hydrogenation reaction to prepare optically pure gamma valorolactone. So earlier there was no report on this reaction, and we could able to get 99% conversion and up to 93% enantiomer selectivity for RGVL. If you take another analog of the catalyst, you can get the SGVL also, and this is possible.
Sir, 5 minutes more.
Yes, I'll complete that. So you can see that what is the application of this optically pure GVL. You can see so many applications. So this is a aggregation pheromone, that is saltacol. Then many other chemicals which is used in the pharmaceutical industry is possible from the GVL, and it is also a chiral solvent. So these catalysts were screened. Among these catalysts, this chiral catalyst was useful for transfer hydrogenation to prepare RGVL. If you take another form, you can prepare SGVL also. So you can see the convergence and enantiomer selectivity. We are getting very good enantiomer selectivity and very good conversion. Instead of methyl, you can have other groups also. Sorry, this side, this alkoxy group. You can have methyl, ethyl, propyl, and you can prepare the molecules. So you can see the interesting part is GC of this racemic. This is the racemic GVL. And when we prepare optically pure, you can see that there is no other isomer, and we get R directly here. You can see the enantiomer selective excess of this particular molecule. Then we are also doing green synthesis using levulinic ester, using ionic liquids. This also we have published in Journal of Molecular Liquids. We are prepared different types of ester using levulinic acid. Also, we are doing enzymatic catalysis. We have prepared the biodiesel using supercritical CO2, and recently we have patented this procedure also. We are also working on CO2 because this is also a sustainable protocol, because CO2, increasing CO2 levels is a problem, and we have developed many methods by which CO2 can be used into different types of molecules. Red one, which I have circled here, we have developed many methods for preparation of these molecules using CO2. And you can see the here epoxy aziridine ring, and we can insert the CO2 in aziridine ring. So several protocols we have developed based on CO2. You can see that cyclic carbonate, dimethyl carbonate, many molecules based on the CO2 we have developed. So due to lack of time, I could not cover CO2 based chemistry, but lots of protocol we have developed based on the CO2 chemistry. Also, carbonylation chemistry, we have developed lots of protocols for amino carbonylation and many more molecules. We have also published a book on CO2 utilization, that is transformation and utilization of carbon dioxide. You will find plenty of protocols. And of course, you can go to this website and find out more details about the work which we have done in our laboratory based on this chemistry. And with this, I would like to acknowledge my funding agencies, that is CSIR, DST, DAE, UGC, and my collaborators abroad. And thank you very much for hearing to my talk. And also, I'm thankful to the organizers for providing me opportunity or platform to present my work here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So technical team, are there any questions on the screen?
No questions, sir. No questions.
Yeah, Partha, sir, any questions?
No questions, sir. There are no questions available.
Okay. So Bangaj, sir, just a few queries from my side.
Okay, sir.
So how easy it is to convert biomass into the platform molecules?
Normally, acid hydrolysis or base hydrolysis and different pressure and temperature condition. That is the protocol.
So yield-wise, synthesis
But
from
it will vary
petroleum
from
products.
it will
Uh,
vary from source of your biomass. Procedures will vary.
okay, okay,
But
okay. So
levelinic acid, let me tell you, is well established. Levelinic acid, HMF, these are well established techniques.
right, yeah. So, sir, you covered right from how the cellulose and lignocellulose can be converted to glucose. So, right from C1 to up to C6 kind of products, how we can obtain. And also, in your talk, you covered various catalysts which you are preparing in your laboratory for getting various useful products like in the pharmaceutical industry and so on. And at the end also you try to show the conversion of CO2 into various useful products, but because of the lack of time you could not show everything, but still your talk was very informative and something novel in it, like a biomass which can be a very uh, like a easy source of the starting materials, and that can be really an approach towards sustainability. So thank you for your very informative and very nice talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, we'll move to the next talk, and I think speaker is already there. Dr. Prashant Sankpal. Sir, are you there? I saw your name
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
am there. I'm not a doctor. I am an ordinary person. That is Prashant Sanpal.
And
So, are you able to see me as well as are you able to hear me properly?
right, right. I
Yes,
can
sir.
see and you can hear you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The doctor doesn't necessarily require. The knowledge is more important. So,
Yeah, yeah.
welcome, sir. Yeah. So briefly, I will introduce Sankpal sir. His educational background is basically he stood first in the BSc Chemistry from EMD College, Mumbai, and thereafter he did his BTech from ICT. Of course, formerly it was known as UDCT, and then MBA in Business Administration. He's basically a technocrat person working in the area of supply chain and having a very long experience of 27 years with a strong track record, broad international expertise in procurement of operations, procurement operation management, and end-to-end supply chain. He is heading strategic sourcing functions in Aditya Birla Group for chemicals, fashion and insulator business. Sir has also led ISEA regional supply chain for German specialty lubricant manufacturers, French publication lubricants, and he has basically very vast experience in the area of supply chain management and so on. And his strengths are like a strong leadership caliber, which are led to the multiple sites within India and global in different functions, operations, procurement, sourcing, supply chain, research and development, and factory administration. So, with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir. And now, the platform is yours. But before that, the title of talk I would like to read, and it is sustainability, proactive approach for existence of next generation. So, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Garje. And it's a nice introduction of me. I'm really happy that I'm part of this international conference on sustainability. So thank you very much to all the seniors as well as the my friends and the professors as well. It is a wonderful last 2 days regarding lots of knowledge, sharing good practices regarding sustainability, the developments happening regarding the sustainability, the new molecules are coming up where CO2 can be reduced, the great presentations from the BSF team as well. There is also great presentation from Dr. Ullah's and his Minka take on sustainability on fast fashion. So it was wonderful last 2 days, and this is the third day, and I'm taking ahead on discussion on my topic of proactive approach for existence of next generation. The sentence itself is having lot of meaning that where we reached as of now, and are we really on the track in terms of sustainability, or there are still to do? What should be the next best practices where we can focus more on sustainability, and by that way we can control on climate changes? We can also give our vital importance for the climate. So these are very much important things which need to be do in next few years. Um, so I'll move to the my presentation. I'll just share my screen. Just a minute.
Mr. Prashant, you require any assistance?
No, no, not required. I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Are you guys able to see the screen? I have uploaded my presentation over here.
Not exactly, sir. So I said that maybe I can just give you a sequence how it should be done. Go to that share button, click on that.
Just a minute. I did that. Just a minute.
Then it will open up share screen. It will open up that window. You click upon that. Once you click upon that, it will open up another window, entire screen. You click upon that screen which shows, then click share in the bottom, a blue button. Yeah, now it is available.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Now they can see, you can start their presentation, sir.
Just a minute. Are you able to see the screen? Because there are some
Screen
blur
is
images.
there, but yeah, but you need to start the presentation, then only it will vanish.
Okay.
You start the presentation, it will vanish. Don't worry.
Just a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I already brief about my subject, which is proactive approach for existence of next generation. So I'll go through the content. Basically, the content is briefing about the history, uh, then what impacts happen through that history, how the sustainability can be a great tool for our existence, and what are the trends will come up from the global perspective to strengthen the sustainability actions. So I wanted to give you real feel of impacts of environment, its long-term consequences, which will make very difficult to next generation for their survival. So the topic, the content is about the history, India industrial revolution impacts, the climate change which impacted global warming and the serious impact, sustainability we will use as a tool, and then global sustainability trends. I'll also going to brief you verbally about the Aditya Birla Group sustainability snapshot of year 2022. So I'm moving to my first slide. So industrial revolution started in century 1980, in 19th century, 18th century, where the first industrial revolution happened with the spinning wheel. So earlier, the looms are there. The textile manufacturing was happening through handlooms, but the first wheel was appeared for taking care of, instead of hand, can be speed can be improved by using wheel. So by that way, the industrial revolution happens in Great Britain. Then, after a few years, the first power steam engine came into picture from Mr. Watt, the great scientist. So he brought up the steam engine, which becomes the great initiative to improve the speed of machines to get the greater production in coming future. So the Scottish investor James Watt bought that steam engine in 1769. Then that steam engine then further started utilizing to improve the more production. And as we all are aware that Great Britain was having great source of steel, that is iron and coal. So Great Britain started utilizing those resources, and they come up with the steel and coal industry, which was used to make all these machine structures from the steel. Earlier, those structures and machines and wheels were of wooden frame, which was taking long time to construct. So, if we can use the steel, then it would be a great change or great adoption for the industry that was thought about in the past. The steam engine was further used to move the material from one place to other. So by that way, in year 1800, the transportation industry, where the first steam locomotive was came by in between Manchester and Liverpool by the inventors Stephensons. The engine was itself around 4.5 metric ton, and the speed was around 15 miles per hour. So you can imagine during that period, 18th century, how it was difficult as compared to the today's world. Then again, steamship was appeared in 1818. Then afterwards, to move the material from the good great roads, then mechanized roads started appearing. Just a minute, I'll just hide the. Yeah. Then afterward, in 1844, communication revolution happened. The phonograph came into picture, and then at the last, Carl Benz was introduced the first car in the world, which is in year 1884. So industrial revolution gave up the great uh, improvement in terms of speed, reduced cost, and the market leadership. Everything got happened in 17th and 18th centuries, where nothing was known to the world about the technology part. So with this revolution, many of the things were great, where people started coming to the city side from countryside. People started learning the technology. People started moving from one direction to other direction. That way, the industrialization happened. But simultaneously, with the great things, there were some bad things also happen that defocus on many of the environmental aspects. So during the industrialization period, the population got doubled between year 1750 to 1850. People shifted countryside to city side. Industrial spread out, only 50% of the population was there in the farm, and it got impacted to the climate and the global warming. So, what is climate system? That we need to understand first. The climate, basically, there are five parts. So, atmosphere, the cryosphere, then the ocean, the land, and the biosphere. So, all these five different objects are connected to each other. If something is got disbalance at one end, then definitely the entire climate system is getting affected. So there are several examples we understood from the after the industrialization how the world move in terms of technology and what are the impacts to the entire atmosphere. So with the industrialization and the more use of fossil fuels for improvement of the speed for the transportation side, then in the industrial revolution happens second, third, and then again fourth. The mass burning of fossil fuel meet rising human demand. So in 1880, what happened? So Earth temperature was started increasing by around 0.07 degree every 10 years. During 1851 to 1935, the global temperature increased by around minus zero point 0.4 to plus zero point 0.6 as compared to the pre-industrialization. During 1936 to 2020, that for the temperature further rise to plus 6 degrees centigrade to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and you can see this global temperature surpass around 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrialization values. So the year 21 is the sixth warmest year in the record, where the temperature was very high. and we don't know how this will be there in the coming future as well if we don't take any action on the climate control. So basically, the climate change is a global warming, and this will give us a serious impact. And as we saw, the climate system, the first starts with a greenhouse effect. Now, what is this greenhouse? Greenhouse is basically is a combination of methane, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and some water vapors. Basically, it generates during the human activities like the smoke which is going while the power manufacturing, that is coal burning, the smoke is, while fossil fuel burning there are emissions. So entire all these activities are getting converted to emissions, and that emissions is basically remains in the atmosphere as a greenhouse. So the what this greenhouse basically does, the heat, the, the sunlight is coming to the earth, which is getting further reflected back to the atmosphere, and then it goes to the space. Now what is happening, the reflected light is getting captured by this greenhouse, and it remain as it is, and by that way it's increasing the global warming. If we can see the numbers as well, during first industrialization in 18th century, that time the CO2 in atmosphere was around 277 ppm, which is reached to almost around 413 ppm globally at this moment, which is around 150 percentage. The latest year's numbers are reported around 4 to 20 ppm. These are very much alarming number, we can say. So this much carbon dioxide is not at all permitted in atmosphere, but still we are running with that particular numbers. Then what happening to the ocean? Basically, because of this global warming, the ocean heat was recorded high. The 2000-meter depth continued to be warm during year 2021. Now, the atmospheric carbon dioxide, the sea is having capacity to absorb around 23 percentage of carbon dioxide. So that limit already exceeded. Now, if the more and more carbon dioxide is getting absorbed by the sea, then it is converted into ocean acidification. This ocean acidification further impacting on ocean systems, and that entire ecosystem of ocean getting disturbed. So there are numbers as well, records as well, that in 26,000 years, the current rates of pH change unprecedented. Further, the sea level increased by around 4.5 per year, double the average during 1993 to 2020. Then, if we look into the cryospheres, so there are two pictures. The situation of same mountain during 1930 and 2012, you can see the entire ice got melted. So the glacier is thin by around 33.5 meters since 1950, and the major impact happened, that is 76% happened after 1980. So in recent last 20-30 years, there is a huge impact of climate global warming on entire world. Then heat waves. Heat waves is also, these are the impacts, and there are many Death Valleys, California. There heat was observed around 54.4 degrees centigrade on 9th of July 2021. Then again, the Canadian province, that is British Columbia. So there as well, the heat was around 49.6 degrees. So you can imagine these are getting very much impacted to wildfires. Some deaths are also happening. So these are very alarming situation, and need to be controlled at earliest. Now this is related to severe storms cause the flooding. Hunan province in China loses around 70.7 billion US dollars. Similarly, Western Europe experienced severe flooding. Germany in mid-July during 21 was also having the similar loss of around 20 billion US dollars. Similarly, drought. Most of the affected world due to the drought areas are Africa, Canada, Western US. During drought, the agriculture losses, disturbed energy production. So these things are experienced in last 40 years. Even if we can see that Eastern Africa, for consecutive years, there were no rain. It's very much pathetic. No water for the drinking, no water for the agriculture. So these are very serious situation. Then if we see the hurricane landfall in Louisiana on 29th August, which also got impacted by around 75 billion US dollars. Then hole over the Antarctic was usually large and deep, which is around 24.8 million kilometers square. So this ozone hole also is a very much serious, can be very much serious, as the radiations from the suns are getting passed to on the earth, which are giving the skin cancer diseases to the humans, which is very much serious. The cataract operations are number of operations are started increasing. It started impacting on eyes. So this ozone hole also need to be prevent in coming future, and that is only possible by controlling on the global warming. Now, because of all these issues, the drought, then hurricane, and many other issues, simultaneously the pandemics are happened in 19. The food security becomes very much serious. We have already seen the numbers that in 2020, more than half lives in Asia, around 480 million, and around 482 million people got undernourished in 2020, which is these are the serious numbers and need to be take immediate actions. But it's very difficult, and we need to be put our efforts to come together and to work so that we can reduce the global warming. Now, with all these issues, now displacement started. In year 2021, 6.04 million people in China were internally displaced due to the disasters. Same thing happened in Philippines as well as in Vietnam. So entire ecosystem, if we talk about the terrestrial, freshwater, coastal and marine ecosystem is already got disturbed. The risk irreversible loss of marine and coastal ecosystem. Then coral reefs projected to lose between 70 to 90 percentage of the former coverage area of 1.5 degrees. So these entire all the examples, what it gives is an alarming situation for the future generation. So we all need to do something, and what we can do, that is the mitigation of all these issues, all the challenges through sustainability. So I'm using the sustainability as a tool which can be worked upon. The studies already started in 1987, 85, 87. Most of the industries are working on the sustainability, but further the things has to be do in better way. So what is basically the sustainability? Sustainability means the meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generation. This is what we need to do. And there are 17 different goals under sustainability are coming. That is no poverty, no hunger, then good health, quality education, gender equality, cleaner water, and so on. So you can go through all these 17 different goals which are available in all the study materials. Even I can share this presentation to you to go through it and understand it properly. So these 17 different goals are being further splitted into ESG objective, that is environmental, social, and governance. Now under social, the supply chain standards, labor management, health and safety, human capital development, these are coming. Under environment, climate change, natural resources, pollution waste, and biodiversity is coming. Under governance, all the governance related activities, that corporate governance, corruption, executive pays, board directors, business ethics, everything is coming. Now, as far as social and governance is concerned, governments has taken hard steps, and most of the things are well planned and are on the table as well to get the results of it. Whereas the environment is concerned, the government has already taken the drastic steps throughout the globe, but still many things has to be done from all of us as well as the society to to improve the climate related actions, to improve the natural resources, and to reduce the pollution and waste, and also look after the biodiversity. I'll go to the next slide where we are talking about the global sustainability trends which are popping up in 2022. Most of these trends are related to environmental concerns, which is very much alarming. That's why these are the trends are considered taken into picture. So the first and the foremost trend is consumer sentiments on sustainable products. What it tells, basically consumers are nothing but the human beings that the we also need to focus on the products which we are going to buy need to be recyclable. The products which we are going to buy in the packages, that also should be fancy or may not be fancy, but most important is that they should be recyclable. If the entire global world is focusing on such kind of trend in the coming future, so definitely the product which will get developed in our society will be 100 percentage of recyclable. So absolutely there will not be any waste generation in coming future. And if there is no any waste generation, we don't need to treat those waste. So entire emission can be get control at the first stage itself. Then next is ESG and investment. So basically investors should keep more keen on this ESG objective. Whenever they wanted to do any investment, they should look into that business is looking into ESG, meeting of ESG objectives or not. This is the little bit challenging as of now, but still government has to do a lot of efforts on this to make the regulation out of it. Then the third is focusing more on the renewable energy sourcing. So renewable energy sourcing, where if the buyers are deciding that I should use a renewable energy rather than the grid power, which is getting generated through the coal burning or maybe from the different sources, then if the sourcing or the buyer itself has taken this particular mandate of buying a renewable energy, definitely the sources will generate in that way. So all of us we should focus on renewable energies sourcing, which will help for carbon offsetting, and business will take control on energy sourcing aspect. The fourth is hybrid working for control emission. So hybrid working we already practiced in year 2020 during COVID. So entire world was not aware that how the things will move during such a pandemic. But all of us took a long efforts, and finally we beat the that pandemic. We continued giving the great numbers for the world in terms of profitability as well as in terms of business revenue. And this was happen that people were adopted to work from any place. So if we could use this kind of habits in coming future as well, so the emission control will be possible, and we can definitely control greenhouse gases. Next is carbon offsetting. Now, in this carbon offsetting, in the sense, we should not generate the CO2. How we can reduce the CO2? There are two things coming into picture. That is investment in renewable energy development. Then carbon sequestration. So what is it? It is basically absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it. If we don't use it, we need to store, and then we need to further convert into some different things. Now what those different things need to be worked by the scientists, and the things are also working in that directions as well, so that our aim is to reduce the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and reducing the carbon emission. Then sixth is net zero, that is climate positive. Industries are one step further to become climate positive by removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Many projects are happening in the companies. How can we reduce the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere? The new molecules are coming where the carbon dioxide liberation itself will get curtailed. Then, from the legislation point of view, the reporting are getting compulsion to all the industries where the firms will obliged to report the financial contribution to the environment, how much they have new projects for the environmental control, how much is environmental controls are happening, and how much the incremental projects are coming in the subsequent year. That also will be coming up to the industries. Then eighth is more clean air initiative. We have an example in London where ultra low emission zone has been created. So these are the examples. So if such kind of zones created in different part of the world, so definitely the emission will be nullified in coming future. The ninth is the penalty actions. Until 8, we have learned about what are the different initiatives, how can we reduce CO2 from the systems. But still, if things are not moving in positive direction, the way what we thought, then definitely the penalty action will be coming in coming future. So renewable source resources, large organizations will receive the stricter regulation norms that they need to use the renewable energy for their plant operations. Then the 10th is electrical infrastructure implementation. Now the movement of vehicles, now the electrical vehicles are coming already on the board, and already there are different projects are coming in future. So the infrastructure is also essential. As of now, if we see the infrastructure in India, it's very difficult. It's questionable whether that particular infrastructure will going to put some some backbone to use these electrical cars or not. So it's finding difficult to take decision on whether I should buy electrical car or not, because infrastructure is very poor. So government will put the stricter actions, as well as they will come up with some different kind of arrangements to put this infrastructure very much strong, where one can use sunlight, wind, rain, rivers, tides, ocean waves as a renewable energy. So here, until now, I have given these are the trends which will be there in coming future, where the sustainability tools can be used as a great to reduce climate related actions, to reduce global warming, and we can save the earth. So every one of us need to be more agile and more uh, strengthen ourselves to take part in these particular actions. So to energize ourselves and to motivate oneself, we should remind below quotes given by great scientists. So one of the quote given by Mr. Joseph Zides, that sustainability is no longer about doing less harm; it is about doing more good things for the future. Similarly, Dalai Lama has also quoted that the natural environment sustains the life of all beings universally. Dr. Robert Swan, he has given the quote related to the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Thomas Fuller, who has given the quote, he that the planet trees loves other besides himself. Similarly, Howard, we don't have engage in grand heroic actions to participate in change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of the people, can transform the world. The first rule of sustainability is to agile, align with natural forces, or at least try not to defy them, which was given by Mr. Hawken. Robert Swan, when we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. Great quote. And the finally, sustainability is about ecology, economy, and equity, which was given by Ralph Bignes. So, guys, all these quotes related are these are to energize ourselves, to motivate ourselves to act in terms of sustainability while dealing in coming future, which is need for the future generation survival. In now, I just brief you that what basically the Aditya Birla, where I'm working as of now, the numbers are getting populated from 2022 sustainability reports. So, from the circular economy, we did almost 23.6 million tons of recyclable material, which was in production to manufacture the cement. We use around 436 megawatt renewable energy. We also use around 11.03 recyclable water for our regular consumptions. Then, in terms of waste management, we did 2.3 times of plastic reuse in a industry. Basically, the cement the cement is getting packed into plastic bags and sold into. So what we did, we bought that plastic bag into the factory and did the plastic waste collection, and then we burn those in kilns to get rid of this plastic. And in coming future, we also started working on avoiding the plastics for the as a packaging material. So these kind of
Sir, Prashant sir,
yeah,
if possible, kindly finish in next 5 to 7 minutes.
yeah, sure. It's the last
And
slide.
yeah, and
It
your
is the last
slides
slide.
are not moving actually. If you are moving the slide, they are
No,
not
no, no,
moved.
no. I have
Okay,
not moved the next. This is the last slide.
okay,
Yeah. So
okay,
we are having different assessment in coming future, that is on the climate change, on life cycle assessment, and biodiversity. So simultaneously, as far as the community is concerned, we almost have 16 states and 507 villages where Aditya Birla is doing some community development programs. We uh, then, as far as the gender diversity is concerned, the women managed ready mixed concrete plants are also installed in 22. As far as the ratings are concerned, we have increased the rating of almost 16 percentage in terms of CDP score against 2021. And Aditya Birla won the Best Corporate HR Practice Award in 2021. So these are all about from my end regarding the sustainability and for the existence of next generation.
okay.
You can have any questions for the future.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you very much, sir. Parth sir, are there any questions in the chat box? Technical team. Okay, so sir, your talk was really very nice, and you started with the industrial revolution, and then what are the outcomes of the industrial revolution in terms of rising temperature as well as rising the water level or sea level, and you also highlighted what are the global trends in terms of sustainability in the year 2022, and final quotes were really nice. And also, you highlighted what Aditya Birla Group is doing in terms of
Mhm.
all achieving these goals. Actually, your talk reminded me about how clean our atmosphere and the sky was during the COVID when there was no pollution. We used to see the blue sky and all those things. So
Yeah.
that really reminded me.
Mhm.
Uh, I just want to raise one question with you. Human beings, their wants have increased too much, and needs are basically very less. So, what is your opinion about it? What role it is playing in terms of the sustainability?
Come again. Come again.
Yeah, yeah. We have more needs, too many wants actually, not needs. We have many wants and needs are very less.
Yeah.
So,
See,
yeah.
as a human, we have different wants. Absolutely, it should be there. But those wants should be thinking the sustainability angle. For example, suppose if I going to buy a shirt, so the fabric started coming up. Now, those fabrics, we also need to think in different way that whether the new technology is being adopted to those fabrics, where those fabrics are biodegradable, can they be reused? If we change this kind of minds in coming future, definitely our different needs will be getting coupled with the sustainability angle.
Okay, so thank you very much for your excellent talk. Thanks for joining with us.
Thanks, Shivam. Thank you.
So now let us move to the next speaker, for which we have Dr. G.P. Kotyal from Baba Atomic Research Center. He was a former head of Glass and Advanced Ceramic Division at BARC and also professor of physics at Homi Baba National Institute, and actually a superannuated there as an outstanding scientist from there. He graduated from 30th batch of BARC training school with specialization of physics. Uh, he has contributed significantly in both science and technology areas, and his major research areas of specialization are glasses, glass ceramics, advanced ceramics, single crystal growth, thin film growth by various techniques, including like molecular beam epitaxy and several glass-based devices and gadgets. Sir has published 160 research papers, more than that in fact, and reviewed papers from various international journals. He has written a book, Trends in Biomaterials, and also he has book chapters to his credit, two are there, and he has several awards to his credit. To name a few, Sir has been awarded with the Department of Atomic Energy Group Achievement Award in the year 2009 as well as in 2011. uh, by Indian Nuclear Society Science Communication Award for the year 2009 and DA Rajbhasha Award, it is Rajbhasha Bhushan Award 2005 for Science Communication, and Vigyan Vachaspati Award in the year 1999. MRISI Medal Award in the year 2002. He is recognized reviewer for various scientific journals, as I mentioned earlier. He was a visiting professor at the Institute of Physics at the Poland, not Portugal, during April to May 2016. I am aware about the sir because he is basically very active in MRSI, Metal Research Society of India, and he is a chairman of for ceramic and glass and chairman of MRSI Mumbai chapter. So introduction is quite big, but I will just cut down. He has guided several MSc and PhD students, and currently is member of our also RRC of our Mumbai University. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir. And sir is going to talk on the topic role of glass in sustainable development, a material for every walk of life. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, and I request you now to deliver your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. So, good afternoon. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers who have invited, particularly Professor Bambole, who has invited me to this event. And I'm happy to be part of this. So, I would like to share my screen and Okay. Yeah.
Can I help you, sir?
Is it visible?
Can I help you?
I have shared whether it is visible or not.
No, no, it is not visible. That's what I am telling you. Please click upon that share icon in the bottom.
Okay.
Once you click upon one window will open, there you select share screen.
Wait a minute. I have done that way only, but okay.
Then you need to
Yeah.
click on that image and then select share.
Which one?
That entire screen image will open. That image,
Yeah.
please upon that, you click upon
Share.
it and click share in the bottom.
Bottom, okay. Share screen.
Yeah, share screen.
Okay.
Then the entire screen is there.
Yeah, entire screen.
That image you please click.
I've done the entire screen.
Then on the bottom
And
you click share. Blue button is there. Share.
But it is not uh, open. Actually, it is.
What is the message it's giving, sir?
No, this is not. It is blank actually. This entire screen. Yeah, I have done that entire screen, and
Show screen, share screen,
okay.
entire screen. On that one image is there, sir. Your computer
The
image will
entire
appear.
screen I see, and I am doing. There is.
No. Your computer image is there.
Huh?
Your computer desktop image will be there. You click upon that.
My screen, okay. It did come, but what happened? Okay.
You again start from share, sir. Share.
Okay. Yeah.
Share screen. It has come. Good.
It has come.
It has come. Now you can start that PPT.
Okay. I'll
Yes,
just
it
see
is
whether it
visible.
is moving.
Yeah, it is there. Good. It's there.
It is moving, huh? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. You can go to presentation mode, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm in the presentation mode.
Right.
It is visible now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as chairman has already told that I'm going to talk on the role of glass in this sustainable development, and it's well known that glass is a material for every walk of life. This slide shows that its application in the innovative architecture, telecommunication, dentistry, energy production, etc. And the picture in the middle is of the Bioatomic Research Center. Now, there is a famous saying from the Einstein that while we are doing the science, the concern of the man and his fate must be our chief endeavor of all scientific activity. And we should not forget this thing in our midst of our equations. So, what is important is the whatever science we do, it has to be related to the humanity. Now, what is sustainability and sustainable development? As already has been talked about, but for the I will just mention it is the capacity to exist and progress without fear of becoming an extent. And our activities have made our and nature's existence unsustainable. This is the problem, and that is why we are talking about this in this conference. Then sustainable development is the development that meets needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. And basically, as has already been said by many speakers, that the major problem comes from need versus greed imbalance. This is the basically that before that also there was a question that if our needs are more, how we can have the sustainability. So focus is on the proper balance of the people, profit, and planet. We have to do during our development, we have to focus on a proper balance of people, that is social, profit, our own profit, and the planet, that is the nature. Then sustainability dependent only on climate change? No, it is not only climate change. Nature is there, climate change is there. Then human beings are there which are interacting with the nature. Our existence is because of the nature, and we are with the nature. So economic growth and social justice becomes important, and sustainable world means the equitable world. That means that there should be a fair and impartial distribution of the social thing, all the amenities to the human beings. Science and technology play a very major role in sustainable development, and it is a collective responsibility. But the relevant stakeholders, the environmentalists, industrialists, and other people, social people, they have to champion the cause. They have to again and again bring out this issue so that people are aware of it. Now there is another way of doing the social, environment, and economic, and with all these things, only a small section is the sustainable, that bearable, equitable, viable. All these things we have to take into account, and then we can have the sustainability. And this is from the famous Our Common Future. This is from the book report of the Broadland, who was chairing the World Commission on Environmental and Development. Then the problem, where is the problem? That is that we need a development. Development is there. We have to use the resources, and we also generate the waste. So now we are having a sort of a thing. Resources we are using. Resources used per year. Oil, 3,600 crore barrels. Iron ores, 254 crore tons. Coal, 900 crore tons. All these things, resources we are using, and we are generating the waste, and particularly carbon dioxide, which is such a high amount, nitrous oxide, chemical release in water, 1 crore ton, that is 20% are carcinogenic. So this is very, very dangerous. So we have to take care. Also, this is a well-known graph about the limits of the growth, that is the population growth, our resources. With the years we are losing the resources. It is diminishing. We are losing those. As all those things, resources go down, population is at the peak, but then again the population will decrease. Pollution will also reach a maximum, will decrease when the resources are not there. We are not able to use properly food per capita. Again, after a certain, we are able to give to certain population, then it is again going to be a problem. So then how much damage we have done to the environment, particularly carbon dioxide at the atmosphere, and increase in the average global temperature. Many people have already said in 2020 it was 1.19 degree, and by 2050 it is expected with the same rate, expected 3.2, but for need to limit with the temperature below 1.9, 1.15, that is maximum we can go to 1.5. So therefore we have to be very careful, take all precautions. Importance of plantation, that is increase in the forest cover. They consume the carbon dioxide. We have to have many trees. We have to have the world population is 800 crore. Forest land required for mitigating is 500, 600 crore acres. Total land earth is 12,600 crores. These are the well-known data available in that thing. But lesson is that we need to conserve and grow the forest land, minimize our carbon dioxide production drastically. Just pollution everywhere, we know, polluted cities, oil spill, then contamination of water bodies, and drying rivers are also dying. We have other problem of solid waste, lot of plastic waste. We have metal scrap, automobile scrap, construction material, e-waste, and agriculture waste. Then there are, because of the all pollution and other thing, environment condition, a deplorable situation is that there is sinking of the biodiversity, and some endangered plants are there in the, we can say, Malabar, mahogany, musli, then ebony, and red sandalwood. These things are getting extinct. Now, what glass and glass ceramic can do, which is the, I am linking with the sustainability for human society. This is a material for a sustainable development, that is a material which can be useful, should be increased use of it, which can lead to the certain amount of sustainability. United Nations have proclaimed, here glass I'm talking about, so United Nations has proclaimed year 2022 as the International Year of Glass in its General Assembly on 18th May 2021. And we also know that how glass is important. During the COVID-19 time, optical fiber was essential for keeping the people connected virtually, and glass vials have been delivered for life-saving vaccines. So glass is so important, and that is the reason that year 2022 has been declared as an international year. Now this is another slide where the opening ceremony was done in the February 10 to 11, 22 at the Palace of Nations, Geneva, and we know the two important things, optical communication, and we have the vaccine. And science and technology is the savior, because our understanding of science and technology only could help us development of effective RNA vaccine in 10 months instead of 10 years. So this is a credit to the science and technology, and the theme of this symposium also is that. Why we are looking for the glass? Because it is fully recyclable material. Glass is sustainable, fully recyclable, and material provides great environmental benefit. Glass contributes to mitigating the climate change and saving precious natural resources, ideal for many applications because of its inert nature. It safeguards people's health, well-being, saves natural resources, and it is a collective responsibility, as I have already said. An accepted definition of a glass is an amorphous solid, completely lacking in long-range order, showing glass transition behavior, and also known as a supercooled liquid. So glass, why we need a glass? That the glass has unique combination of various physical, chemical properties such as transparency, chemical inertness, thermal stability, long durability, electrical insulation, and blowing compatibility, etc., etc. All these, there are many properties which are very important, and because of that, it has got so many applications. In spite of all these problems, glass is a brittle material, mechanically weak, so the scientists have developed a new type of material which is called glass ceramics. And this was done recently. I'll say that not very old it is. S.D. Stuckey, a glass scientist in 1950, got the success, whereas the glass is reported to exist from 12,000 BC. Glass has been there for 12,000 BC, whereas we could do glass ceramic work only recently from 1950. What is glass ceramics are the composed of the crystalline grains immersed and embedded in the glassy matrix. And initially it was thought to be the opaque material, but now transparent glass ceramics are available due to the control of crystallite size and structure. Formation of glass ceramics creates a unique microstructure, mostly of which cannot be duplicated by the ceramic processes, can be produced by interrupting the cycle at a desired place. That is a processing point. I am not going into detail of that. So I'll just show you that one of the furnaces of my lab when I was working, that there is glass was prepared by melt technique, that is a molten mass of the mixture. I will just tell you afterward that melt technique and pouring at 1500 degree from a furnace, and then it was annealed at 500 degree. There are other furnaces for annealing as well as for crystallization purpose. You can see when hot condition glass is poured, it looks like this. Important properties of the glass ceramic: in comparison to the parent glass, it exhibits better thermal stability once you make glass ceramic, superior electrical insulation, higher mechanical strength, thermal expansion coefficient tunability, that is change in the size per unit, change in the dimension and temperature. So it is very, very important, which actually leads to many applications of glass ceramics, useful application. Better bioactivity and compatibility and special properties, machinability, magnetic properties, they also become better with the formation of glass ceramic. This is a picture of a glass and ceramic laboratory in Baba Atomic Research Center, where I've conducted the research on these topics. Glass technology can help mitigate the climate change because glass made with the titanium and zirconium are harder and tougher and lighter than stainless steel, and scientists predict that it is an eventual replacement for steel and aluminum in a variety of products. So glass with the titanium, zirconium, with the harder, with proper microstructure and proper doping. Lightweight in automotive, because we can prepare a glass fiber type material which is useful in automotive, aviation, boats, and other form of transport. Glass fibers not only reduces the weight of the vehicle, it reduces the fuel consumption and other materials that have largely carbon footprint. Natural resources with the glass technology, the glass bottle, we can see that glass is a resource efficient material, made abundant natural resource of the sand and glass waste that you collect. You can use the glass waste, whatever we make in manufacturing at the first place, there are a lot of waste is coming of the glass to collect, which can be used and used, reused, and many times it can be used, that is we use it, so it can be at least 25% of the recycled glass can be used. And once we put this recycled material in the new feed, the power requirement or energy requirement for melting also reduces, so we also save the power. So technology changes our lives in a positive way, and it is seen that this technology, glass technology, is useful in our daily life, in our TV, in our home, car, work, laptop, and everything. We can just have a look at this picture that the glass bottles can be recycled many times. This is a motorcycle which is made of lot of fuel efficient, lighter, because it is a lighter, so it becomes a faster and more fuel efficient. There is a engineering of glass mission is to provide customized glass and quartz products and related services to original equipment manufacturers. Excuse me. Objective is to fabricate the finest precision glass and quartz components and to the high-end technology application. So we come to where are glass used. There are a number of areas where glass is used, like utility, decorative item, innovative architecture, large window panes, energy production and conservation, solar panels, special coatings, Safety gadgets, bullet resistance, fireproof glass, windows, etc. Medical use, that is containers, vials, the diagnostic surgery and implants. Then special applications are radiation resistant, radiation shielding windows, that is radiation resistant glasses, laser host glasses, glass to metal seal, optical fiber, optical communication, display panel, and plasma, and a robust mobile cover, which nowadays we find everybody is having this cover. So in the earlier time, we always used to see that our mobile if falls, it was the glass was breaking. But now we use the the new type of a glass, which is called a Gorilla Glass, which is in the mobile cover, and it is very robust and it is saves our mobile. Foldable display is coming now. This is the recent development. Application list is there in a different areas, so I will not go into details. Means you can say architecture, automotive, in the defense use, energy environment, industrial equipment, life science, living, medical, optical, pharmaceutical, semiconductor, all places in a different forms they are useful. Low thermal expansion coefficient, I was talking about that the expansion coefficient can be tuned, and so with this one we can make the glass ceramics and in such a way that they can be used for cookware, cooktop panels, optical glass ceramics, and precision telescope mirror, laser gyro in place of mechanical gyro, and all, because glass, it is no, glass ceramic is a very smooth surface, so there is flatness without any holes and irregularities. So attractive designs can be there in the heating zones, and we can use it. Now we just see the cooktop panels, the telescope mirrors. These are, because telescope mirror is very, very important in terms of using a glass ceramic which has got a zero thermal expansion coefficient, and which can be made when we use glass ceramic by controlling the composition as well as the adding the material which is having positive and negative thermal expansion coefficient in such a way that thermal expansion coefficient becomes nearly zero, so we can make the telescopic mirror. Then we all know about these things. All vessels nowadays, everybody is using in our house, all non-breakable as well as the glassware. These in the laboratory glass bottles, in the normal vision safety glasses, in the laboratory glasses, then all decorative pieces. You can see that how many decorative pieces are available. Nanotechnology and glass. Nanotechnology has a historical association with the glass, and ancient glass makers, we know that ancient glass makers were among the first nanotechnologists who applied the surface plasmon resonance phenomenon to metal nanoparticles for the preparation of pigmented glass long before the modern technologists came. And we can just have that thing. These are the things which are of the 4th century. This is again because of the proper nanoparticles embedded in the glass. You can see that they are making a different color. One is silver, another is gold, and it because of the surface plasmon effect. This is showing the different colors, and these things are nanoparticles of gold and silver. Then this is also very common. All churches, even in the university, we have seen that they are all old buildings. We have got all glass panels. This is tinted glass, and tinted glass, because of the long durability, they are available from earliest time, and they live very, very long, so without any problem. Application for transparent glass ceramics as a laser hose, furnace window, telescope mirror. We can see these are the material we have. Then in the architecture, we can see nowadays all many new buildings, new constructions are coming with the glass materials, and these glasses are not the ordinary glass. These are having unbreak also with a safety, with a lot of coating, which can have the coating such that we can, depending upon the climatic condition, those coatings will allow this sun radiations going inside the room, or that means whether we need air conditioning, or if air conditioning, if we can prevent the infrared radiation going inside, we can reduce the consumption of energy by through air conditioning or by other means. So depending upon these requirement, in certain cases we need a warm houses where we can put the coating so that no thermal radiation goes inside and outside, so we can have the inside house warm. Then fire safety glasses are also, they are made of the special combination of the materials such that they withstand the higher temperature differential. That means if these windows are available, if there is a fire taking place at some place within the building, but these glasses can withstand longer than fire resistant time exceeds 90 minutes, that is higher viscosity is there, and this, because of the longer time, we can take all precautions, people can be evacuated, and so it is a very important, while we are using all other properties of transparency, light visibility, etc., we can also have the fire safety. These are the anti-reflection coating, all facets. This is very, nowadays we can find at various places, we have got the beautiful glass coatings and the over the glass and the glass windows, and such beautiful things are there in the supermarkets, and all these things we have. Nowadays the glass windows with proper coating, which can give us a better view in a cold room. This is in a cold room, and normally in a cold room, if you put it, glass will have the fogging, but if you put the coating, anti-reflecting coating, glass combined with the high thermal insulation, we can have a very clear view of the items even if in the cold conditions. Now, optical fiber, the credit goes to in 1966, the light transmission through the optical glass fiber. Nobel Prize was given to Professor Cow, fiber optics, and this is Kuan Cow showed this possibility, and we are able to have today the optical fibers for our various applications. We can say optical fibers, they are having different type of colors we have got, and they have now being used normally as a cable, like our metal cables earlier, conventional cables. With all those things, we can use this thing, this installing of the fiber optical cable, and all of us know that how many places we are using these optical fibers in our life. Now, solar thermal energy, we are using the solar panels, they are of the all classes, and we can have the production of the energy by solar thermal. We can have the photovoltaic cell. This is Borosil. Borosil is doing a lot of solar panel work with the photovoltaics and other thing, and not only that, they have installed these things locally in within the country as well as in abroad and various places, and this is a very important and usable. Now, similarly, that is wind turbines benefit of the lightweight. That is, these wind turbines are made out of the glass fiber construction. So, because they are lighter turbines, so they benefit lightweight, and we produce good energy coming. Some work of done in our laboratory during my stay in Bhava Atomic Research Center. We have done the glass work on the low temperature chillers, specifically specialty glasses, because these glasses were the requirement of Department of Atomic Energy. So we have done the low temperature sealant material for the glass to metal seals and ceramic to metal seal. Then for the high temperature, done a lot of work on the area of the high temperature glass sealants, which were being used for the solid oxide fuel cell. The conventional technique, melt quench technique, was followed by controlled crystallization based on the differential thermal analysis, and we have gone through various characterization, XRD, thermomechanical, and various other things. So these are some of the glass to metal seals which were developed, which are having a match seals and compressive type, both seals. are there with the stainless steel as well as with the copper. That is, central tube is used as a mass seal and outer body is used as a compressive seal, and we can use that. Then this is for the space application, that is for HMC packages. We have high pressure seal for cam motor seals. These are also used. Various this thing. These are various gadgets, glass gadgets. That is for the hollow cathode lamp, ionization gadget. They are all used in the thing. This is another seal, which is a high pressure seal, which is used in the chemical plants, and basically it was developed for the heavy water plant, which use lot of chemicals. And we are able to, earlier we were using the material with a lead based material, but of late we went to the lithium aluminum silicate because lead was prohibitive and toxic. So we removed lead and used lithium aluminum silicate, and this compressive type of seal, the conductivity probe or seal, was very useful and could withstand a pressure difference of 12,000 pounds per square inch, and it was resistant to highly corrosive alkaline ambient of the liquid ammonia and potassium amide. So this was quite useful. Then this picture showed about the uh, solid oxide fuel cell, how the production is taking place and where glass is important, because we here will just see that glass sealant is used here because you have an electrode, we have electrolyte, we have interconnect. So we have to have a high temperature sealant which is compatible with the interconnect and electrode materials, so that as well as this should be a sustainable at the temperature, high temperature of 700 to 800 degree for uh, many hours, many days, many months, years, because once a device is put on, it will be continuously at high temperature running. This is just a detail of that thing, that where we use the seal. This is a sealing material which we developed and tested. Then I'm coming to the bullet resistant glasses, which is done in combination with the pyrocarbonate sheet, and it also requires a multiple combination there. Whereas we have a glass, we have a polycarbonate in between, and then if it saves the bullet going, because it will lose, bullet will lose its maximum energy in the initial stages, and it will not pass through, and even if it passes through the inner bulletproof window or bulletproof sheet, we will have minimum energy, minimum damage. Then we have, these are again the insulating soundproof glasses. We know that even in a various AC trains, aeroplanes, radio station, air testing station, auditorium, recording room, and any other place needing the low level of sound, we can use these windows, which is actually, there is a partial vacuum created in between the two glass sheets where you can thoroughly see, but it will not allow the outside sound inside or inside sound to outside. So these soundproof glasses are very much in demand. This is a laminate, that is bendable glass, which is willow glass, we call from Corning, who has developed this willow glass, and it is very thin. We can see that thickness is as low as 0.1 millimeter, and this glass just can bend. Normally bend glass, it is difficult to bend, but this glass can be bent very easily, and then its use is in the recently required foldable electronics. So this is how the foldable electronics is made. We can use even we use the laptop, or we use any other display unit which can be foldable and can be carried any other place without any problem. And
Yeah.
this foldable thing is then the fabrication of the various material at Raja Ramanna Center. We have made the laser rods of the material grown within the country. Then biomaterial, which we use it biomaterial, and work was done on the biomaterial in our laboratory was.
Sir, if possible, kindly finish in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I am coming to end now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is what I was telling, that glass and glass ceramic material was studied for the hyperthermia application in my laboratory, and also we did it in collaboration with IIT Guwahati. We have studied various combinations and found them they were suitable and as a biocompatible and could be used for the purpose of the hyperthermia. Then other type of material, that is machinable ceramic material, which was again a glass ceramic. We could, but normally the ceramic is not easily, you cannot machine it and cannot make any product out of it. But glass ceramic is such a material which you can easily machine in a normal way and make in any shape, including threads, bolts, small spacers, and they are also useful in ultra high vacuum system because their outgassing rate is very, very small. Now possible to tailor make mechanically strong biomaterials which mimic the human body, controlled crystallization of silico calcium phosphate glasses with selected additives, and such bioactive glass ceramics form a biologically active hydroxyapatite layer on the surface that permits the bonding of the bone and the cell. We have seen commonly nowadays use the borosilicate, this glasses and glass ceramic for our dental replacement and replacement tin. We can use glasses are being used. Material is being even. I'll say that we are able to develop such glass ceramics which are so good that initially you must have seen that we were using the either silver or gold layer, mixed layer, and which used to take longer setting time. But nowadays you can go to the dentist. I think within 1 hour, the dentist will say that you can you can eat, you can drink, whatever you can do. But because now we are able to develop such glass ceramic materials which are easily settable, or we can say the orthodontics for cosmetic face improvement, how we can say this is the original dental structure, and then we can make this kind of thing with the by orthodontics. Then knee replacement is a very, very common and successful biomedical application of the glass ceramics, and you can say this is a material which is used for the purpose of the knee replacement. Then another thing is the medical implants like stents and tubing introduce risk of this clotting and infection. So it's a perpetual problem for many patients. So therefore, glass we have developed means the glass scientists have developed that some titanium-based surfaces on which that is the super homophobic, that means does not allow these things to stay there. Like it is a blood. This is again we have got manager. This is water. Even if you put this thing blood, this is a plasma. This thing, but that round shape only says that it is not sticking to this one. It allows. So when you use such a thing in place of these stents and this thing with a proper this thing, that engineering material, this is repellent of the blood and this thing. That means it will not clot, it will not block the arteries and other thing, and so it will be a very, very compatible and surgical implant. Now glass has become an integral part of the modern life, and throughout the history it has changed our life, and now glass age is there, and we can say the glass has combination therefore will boost every discipline of science, technology, engineering, including everyday life. Thinking life without glass now unimaginable, and so there is a celebration of International Year of Glass, which here and a lot of activities are going on within the country on this regard. Material for the sustainable development. These are some of my colleagues who have participated within bar as well as outside. These are from outside, from Portugal, France, Poland, and from Professor Srinivasan from IT, Professor Jogat from Gulbarga. Then these are my colleagues within bar. With this, I conclude and thank you all for kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
This is being International Year of Glass. Your
Yeah,
talk was very important and very pertinent.
yeah,
So you touched upon various aspects, how glass can be a material for sustainable development, various
yeah,
applications, and so on.
yeah.
So in the chat box, I find one question, and the question is like, is the reinforcement possible with glass ceramics? That is the question.
Yeah, when reinforcement, this is reinforcement is the when we make the glass ceramic itself. Glass ceramic is a reinforced material, but when we add the fibers to the glass, we make a glass fiber sheets and other things, and which are used at various places. So it is possible when we can make the composites, glass composites. So reinforcement is possible, and that is being done for making the material harder and usable in place of the metals.
Right. So, just one query from my side.
Yeah,
Like, like in cities like Mumbai, Pune, and other cities,
yeah,
new towers are coming up with very, I mean, lot of use of the glasses.
yes, sure.
And one thing is, lot of reflection takes place, and people, one thought is that whether it is giving rise to global warming. So, what are your views about it?
No, no, no. This is not the global warming. This reflection is coming because the glass has got the coating. The glass is a special coating which is meant for either the transmission of the light inside or rejecting the light thermal radiation outside. If you want to make the room cool, or if you want to make the room warm, we can allow the infrared radiation, that is thermal radiation, in passing through. So these are the coating, and they look shiny from outside.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So thanks for your nice talk and for joining with us. So in this particular session, we had three talks. First by Professor Bangi on biomass, use of biomass in sustainability, and then by Professor Sankpal, Mr. Sankpal, how we can think of the sustainability. I mean, a thought for proactive approach for the existence of the next generation, and finally the important topic of the glass. So I thank Professor Nagri for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. So thank you very much. I thank all the speakers as well. So now over to Nagri sir.
Thank you, sir. I am very thankful to Professor Garje sir for conducting a smooth session on plenary talk. Thank you very much, sir. I am also very thankful to all the attendees and the speaker of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I will break for lunch. I think for 20 minutes, 25
Okay,
minutes.
yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Yes, sir.